This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel The Primitive Ancient Snake. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1201. Rumble. In an instant, the entire world of 6 realms shook and buzzed, and countless gods came out to appear in the world of saints. At this moment, countless stars appeared in the sky. It seemed that each star contained unimaginable divine power and symbolized divine power. We are the gods of the stars and the gods of the sky. We hold the authority over the stars and have now returned to our throne. In an instant, one of the gods suddenly spoke. They lived above the stars, condescending, and seemed to cause changes in the laws of stars in the sky and earth. This also made the stars in the entire sky shine brightly, as if countless stars appeared in the night sky. I am the Lord of the Big Dipper. I am the Lord of the Big Dipper, and I am in charge of all sentient beings. Immediately, a god appeared in the sky, seemingly in control of an extremely bright star, containing the terrifying power of the Big Dipper and possessing earth-shattering power. Behind it were 7 giant stars and countless endless small stars. I am Beta's number 1 Yangming, Greedy Wolf Star Lord. I am the 2nd Een Spirit Giant Star King of Beidou. I am Lekungxingjin, the 3rd real person in Beidou. I am the 4th Xianming Wen Chu Xingjuan of Beidou. I am Lord Lianjinxing, the 5th Dan Yuan of Beidou. I am the 6th North Pole Martial Arts Star Lord of Beidou. I am the Star Lord of the 7 Heaven Pass in Beidou. These 7 gods and 7 giant stars appeared, filled with endless golden light, showing a huge whirlpool, as if swallowing everything in the world into this whirlpool. Together, they seemed to have mastered death, war, blood, the power of killing, and so on symbolizes war. I am Nanda Xingjuan, Nanda Xianxia, in charge of living things. Another tyrannical god appeared. It was filled with a rich and extremely rich breath of life. It was located in the south. It seemed like the god of life and controlled infinite vitality. Behind it were 6 giant stars, surrounding it. Among the stars, there are also countless small stars behind them, forming a huge star field. I am the 1st Tianfu Palace, Siming Xingjuan. I am the zodiac sign of the 2nd day, Suri Xingjuan. I am the Liang Palace on the 3rd day, the Longevity Star King. I am the same palace on the 4th day, Yishuan Xingjuan. I am the 5th Tianshu Palace, Mr. Du Star. I am the 6th Heavenly Mystery Palace, Lord of Xianxia. And these 6 star gods also emitted endless blue light in the sky, seeming to cover the sky, forming an unparalleled power of stars. At the same time, Westo Star Lord, Easto Star Lord, Zhongdo Xingjuan and others also all appeared, and 28 constellations, 108 star monarchs, and billions of stars appeared in the sky. The entire sky was filled with dense stars, blooming with bright light, covering the entire sky, and almost all living beings in the 6 realms can see and feel the endless star energy. This scene is naturally known to all living beings in the 6 realms because the movement of these star gods returning to their places is so great that even if they want to, it's okay if you don't know. What happened? What happened? Why did so many gods suddenly return to their places? Some people were shocked. Although he also knew that there are countless gods in the 6 realms of the world, these gods either go out to fight or practice in seclusion. They are basically impossible to encounter in ordinary times. But now they actually appear in front of people and show their power unscrupulously, making the return of divine power is simply unprecedented and unheard of. It is said that the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation has returned to his throne and established the heavenly court, allowing the gods to return to their throne to rule all living beings, establish strict laws of heaven, and maintain order in the world. A disciple from an ancient family spoke up. In fact, they had learned this news from their ancestors before, saying that there would be a great change in the world, and that heaven and earth would establish a heavenly court to control the gods. From then on, the world between heaven and earth will be different. They will all be controlled by heavenly rules, and no immortal can do whatever they want. No way. Setting up heaven? Do you need to formulate laws of heaven to include all immortals and gods under your jurisdiction? If an immortal violates the rules of heaven, will he be thrown into prison and never be reincarnated? In this way, what freedom do we immortals have? Why do they do this? Some people's expressions were extremely ugly. You must know that they became immortals just to be free and free from being governed by others. Now they have actually established a heavenly court to make all immortals and gods obey the rules of heaven. To them, this is like a head. It's like wearing a golden hoop. Someone will catch you at any time, and you won't have such unrestrained time in the future. It can be said that this is simply more miserable than killing them. Especially those demonic figures, they are the most unrestrained. They like to be restrained, and now the appearance of these Xianxia is like a sharp sword suspended above their heads, which will chop down at any time. They simply feel like a light on their backs. I can't say that, but I think this is a good thing. Some people hold the opposite view. Now these practitioners have powerful power, do whatever they want, and do all kinds of evil, but no one can control them, and they have caused countless evils. But now that heaven has appeared and established the rule of heaven, these unscrupulous practitioners will never appear again. Once they violate the rule of heaven, they will die. This is of great benefit to the order of the entire world. He feels that these lawless practitioners need to be restrained, otherwise the world will be in chaos. The so-called freedom has limits, and freedom without limits is chaos. Fart. The man said angrily. When heaven is established, those gods who are above are self-righteous, have mastered the power, and use chicken feathers as arrows. Then they will say whatever they want and arrest whoever they want. We, the common people, if you can't resist the power of the government, isn't it like being at the mercy of others? He doesn't trust the so-called heaven at all. It is purely a violent organization established by those high-ranking figures to maintain their rule and interests. Haha, if you have not violated the laws and regulations, who will provoke you? Don't be too self-righteous, otherwise you will be the devil who commits crimes. You devils are naturally afraid that you will be in trouble. The other person sneered again and again. You. The man was so angry that he died. Okay, don't argue here. In fact, this is the decision of the big guys. It's useless for us little people to argue here. It can't change anything at all. All we can do now is accept it. Other than that, we couldn't sit anywhere. Someone said in a deep voice, telling this cruel fact. This. After hearing this, everyone was silent, and indeed that was the case. They could do nothing now but accept the appearance of Tianting and Tiantiao. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1202. With the discussion of countless sentient beings in the 6 realms, the manifestations of gods are also appearing one by one, and they do not stop because of the opposition and anger of some people. This is the general trend of the times and is unstoppable. We are the 5 virtue Star Lords. I am the Wood Virtue Chonghua Star Lord of the East. I am the Fire Virtue Inghua Star Lord of the South. I am the Jin de Taibai Star Lord of the West. I am the Water Virtue Serving Star Lord of the North. And I am the Central Earth Virtue Earth Ho Xing Lord. In an instant, the 5 virtues Star Lords appeared in the sky. They occupied 5 directions, such as southeast, northwest, middle, etc., just like 5 central stars, occupying 5 positions in the sky. At the same time, their powers echoed each other, as if the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth form the power, which is unfathomable. We are the great emperor of the 5 sacred mountains. I am the great emperor Tianqi Rensheng of Mount Tai of Dongyue, the great emperor Sitian Zhaosheng of Mount Hung of Nanyue, the great emperor Zhongtian Chongsheng of Mount Song of Zhongyue, the great emperor Xianxia of Antian of Mount Hung of Beiyue, and the great emperor Jintian Yuansheng of Mount Huashan of Xia. Immediately, the 5 sacred mountain emperors also appeared. They are the emperors of the 5 sacred mountains in the human world. They have mastered the endless power of the laws of the Great Road. They are gods who have become saints through merit. They are wearing dragon robes, and their eyes are majestic and profound. They hold endless power, and it seems that every word, action, and movement can stir up endless waves. Each one of them has the power of faith of countless sentient beings, and has unfathomable cultivation, and seems to be able to fight with countless mountains. The power of We are Luding Liujia. Suddenly 6 men and 6 women appeared in the chaotic void. They were the Yin god Jade Girl and the Yang god Jade Man. They held the power of the heavenly stems and the earthly branches, and were extremely powerful protector gods. I am Sima Qing, the god of Ding Mao, Cui Juqing, the god of Ding Yi, Shi Shutong, the god of Ding Wei. I am Zhang Wengong, the god of Ding Yu, Zhang Wentong, the god of Ding Hai, and Zhao Ziyu, the god of Ding Chou. I am Wenqing, the god of Jiazi, Zhan Zijiang, the god of Jiaxiu, Wenchong, the god of Jiashan, Wei Yuqing, the god of Jiawu, Meng Feiqing, the god of Jiachen, and Wenzhong, the god of Jiayin. Immediately, the 12 gods who control the heavenly stems and earthly branches seemed to have mastered the power of time. They were filled with circles of dimensional power of the laws of time, and had an incredible aura. We are the 5 parties who reveal the truth. I am the Golden Light Revealer. I am the Silver Head Revealer. I am Parity Revealer. I am Parasanga Revealer. I am Maha Revealer. Suddenly, 5 Buddhist guardian Hercules also appeared in the chaotic void. Waves of golden light erupted from their bodies, covering the world. They represented the power of Buddhism and the place where they seemed to be immediately turned into an endless expanse. In the pure land of Buddhism, any evil existence will be purified and transformed into Buddhism. In an instant, heavenly gods appeared one after another. They controlled the power of countless laws in the sky, mastering the power of wind, rain, thunder and lightning, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other natural laws. At the same time, he also mastered the powers of heavenly stems, earthly branches, fortune, longevity, and so on. It seems that all the authority in heaven and earth belongs to the gods in heaven, which simply encompasses everything. At the same time, earth-shaking changes have also taken place on the earth. We are the gods of the mountains and the gods of the earth. We are now responsible for the responsibility of the earth under the orders of heaven. Suddenly, in the 6 realms, mountain gods were born one after another deep in the mountains. They held the authority of the mountain gods and controlled all the power of the mountains. At the same time, on one piece of land after another, a mountain god also appeared. Another earth god. They are the gods of the land. They know everything that happens in the land they govern. Although their strength is not considered powerful, they can be regarded as low-level gods. They are countless in number, but their responsibilities are very important. They are responsible for managing the security of these mountains and lands. Any unstable factors that appear in these mountains and lands cannot be hidden from their eyes and perceptions. I can only see the hands of these mountain gods and land gods. There are many more books on the mountain. This is the Book of the Mountain God and the Book of the Land. It records everything that happens in the mountains and the land. At the same time, once these books record anything, it will be immediately transmitted to the center of the heaven system. No existence can modify such records. To a certain extent, these mountain gods and land gods are the eyes and ears of heaven in the world, responsible for monitoring all living beings and preventing all unexpected factors from happening. And this is also around-the-clock surveillance. No matter what happens, it will be difficult to blind them. We are the river gods, controlling all the rivers on land. In an instant, on the earth, one river after another, whether large or small, gave birth to gods one after another. They are the gods who control the rivers. And all the creatures born from these rivers, all resources belong to the river gods. They are responsible for controlling the direction of these rivers, preventing these rivers from flooding out, causing the surrounding land to be submerged by river water, causing all life to be devastated.
Wow.
I saw the deepest part of these rivers, and they were born immediately. One palace after another was built. These are the palaces of the river god, and there are densely packed servants in them. They are all servants of the river god, specializing in handling various affairs for the river god. It can be said that these river gods have formed a huge force and controlled the endless rivers on the earth. All rivers will obey their command and control. Vaguely, these rivers are like dragon veins one after another, running through the entire earth, the entire world, and each other. Intertwined together, they form a huge network of dragon veins. We are the gods of the four seas, controlling the four seas, controlling the climate, and making the weather smooth. Suddenly, in the depths of the sea, 4 sea gods in the southeast, northwest, and northwest were born. They occupied 4 sea areas respectively and became the gods in the ocean, controlling the power of all water laws. They exuded the unfathomable power of the ocean. It seems that the ocean is their home ground, and their territory can exert combat power several times greater than its own. At the same time, if the enemy comes to the ocean, his strength will be suppressed to the limit, making it difficult to fight with these gods of the ocean. Comparable, or on par with each other.
Wow.
Suddenly, palaces appeared one after another in the deepest parts of the ocean. These are the palaces of the Poseidon, and at the same time, densely packed shrimp soldiers and crab generals also appeared. They are the Poseidon who governs the entire soldiers of the ocean. After all, the area of the ocean is so large and vast. It is impossible for Poseidon alone to manage the order of the entire ocean. Only the gathering of a large number of soldiers and horses can manage the entire ocean in an orderly manner. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1203. And it's not just the gods of the living who have become holy. Even the gods of hell have begun to become holy. At this moment, in the deepest part of hell, these hell gods are also discussing. Now that the gods of the living are beginning to show their holiness in the human world, we gods of hell should not lag behind either. A hell god spoke up, explaining the key points of this meeting concisely without wasting time. But our territory is hell, and we cannot go to the world of life. Otherwise, it will destroy the balance between the world of life and death. A hell god said solemnly. No, that's not the case. Things are different now. Another hell god said, now the invasion of the 9 masters has caused the aura of death to overflow, causing demons and monsters to run rampant in the human world. Evil ghosts are everywhere, and all living beings are in ruins. If we just send jailers out from hell for such a large number of evil ghosts, it will be simply overstretched, manpower insufficient, and it will be a waste of manpower and material resources. Because of this, the battlefield of our hell gods is not only in hell, but also the world of the living is also the battlefield of our hell gods. This is also the will of the Emperor of Heaven. Oh, what should we do? Many hell gods asked. Establish the base of our hell gods. That is, the city god's temple. Every county must have a city god's temple, like a land god, spread over every piece of land. The king of hell opened his mouth and said, with the city god's temple as the base, the responsibilities of the entire world are divided. The evil ghosts within the scope of the city god's temple are under the jurisdiction of the jailers of the city god's temple, and they are responsible for capturing them and bringing them back to hell. In this way, with the base of the city god's temple, we hell jailers can clearly distinguish between each other's responsibilities and at the same time reduce the workload to the greatest extent. At the same time, if the jailers are tired, they can rest directly in the city god's temple without returning to hell again, which also saves a lot of manpower and material resources. It expressed its thoughts and established the city god temple system. I see. The gods of hell suddenly realized. It is in the world of the living that we will establish an office for our jailers, responsible for catching evil ghosts who escape in the human world. It is like a government office. They immediately understood the meaning of Lord Yama's words. Hi, really hi. In this way, countless jailers can clearly divide their responsibilities, and there is no need to catch evil ghosts everywhere like headless flies. After all, this is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and inefficient. That's right. To divide the city god's temple, divide the regions, and divide the territory, it is enough for the jailers to assist the territory under their jurisdiction. If the boundaries are clearly defined, there is no need to run around and waste time. As expected of the Lord of Hell, he is indeed cunning and cunning. He has freed us hell gods from a lot of restraints in one fell swoop. And in this way, we hell gods can also get the power of incense from countless sentient beings in the 6 realms. They worship the hell gods, and we can also benefit from it. The eyes of the gods of hell suddenly lit up. The more they discussed this plan, the more excited they became. They seemed to see an extremely bright future for the gods of hell in the future. You must know that even for the gods of hell, the power of incense and the power of faith, it is still an extremely important energy, which is of great benefit to their cultivation, just like food. Therefore, the belief of the 6 realms of sentient beings is extremely important to them, and they want it all the time. The problem is that they are just hell gods. Being unable to go to the living world, and unable to intervene in any affairs of the living world, the gods of hell can only stare. But it is different now. With the increasing number of evil ghosts in the human world, other cultivators simply cannot handle this kind of situation. After all, there are specialties in the art, and the jailers of hell are very familiar with catching ghosts. Therefore, the world of the living naturally turns to the gods of hell. And they can take the opportunity to stretch out the hands of the gods of hell. Entering the world of the living, you can naturally gain a large amount of the power of incense and the power of faith. After all, if you want to gain the power of incense and the power of faith, you must appear holy in the world. If those believers cannot see that they believe, if the gods cannot sense the call of the gods, their faith will only become weaker and weaker, and in the end they will even change their faith. This is extremely unfavorable to the gods of hell. Because of this, now it is simply that the gods of hell have never been there for eternity. If there is an opportunity, taking advantage of the establishment of the heavenly palace, they also set up their own strongholds in the human world and establish city god temples. In this way, these city god temples will inevitably become religious churches, attracting countless believers to come and worship, and the Hellswell god can also take advantage of this opportunity to gain huge benefits. Very good. It seems that you all support this matter. Then let's start now and build city god temples everywhere in the 6 paths world, so that the glory of our hell gods can shine in the world of the living. The king of hell opened his mouth and said, "Yes, king of hell." All the gods in hell couldn't help but nod. This is of great benefit to every god in hell. It can be said that they have no reason not to support it. Rumble. In an instant, a huge palace appeared silently in every county, every city, and even on the outskirts of every capital city in the 6 worlds. And this palace is the palace from Helchinghuang Temple. Depending on the level of the city, the size of the city god's temple is also different, and the strength of the hell jailers and hell gods stationed in it are naturally different. To put it simply, the bigger the city, the more powerful the hell gods are, and they can govern a wider and boundless area. Any evil ghosts in this area are under the jurisdiction of the city god temple.
Wow.
In just a few breaths, these Chenghuang temples have spread all over the world, just like police stations everywhere, dotted all over the place and dazzling. However, this is not a police station for the living, but a police station for the dead, specifically designed to capture evil spirits who have escaped from hell and are unwilling to enter hell. Although the gods of hell did have selfish motives for establishing the city god's temple, objectively speaking, the emergence of the city god's temple did bring peace to all sentient beings in the 6 realms. After all Ordinary people can't fight against those terrible evil ghosts. If they encounter evil ghosts, they can only close their eyes and wait for death. There is no way. But things are different now. The emergence of the city god's temple has led to the emergence of a police station to catch ghosts in this place. Once any evil ghosts kill people, they will fall under the jurisdiction of the city god's temple. To a certain extent, the city god's temple has brought huge benefits to local public security. From then on, the number of murders by evil ghosts will gradually decrease until there are no more murders by evil ghosts. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1204. At this time, the 9 Masters naturally sensed the drastic changes in the Six Paths world. It seemed that the Six Paths gods came out in force and showed their power of laws unscrupulously in the Six Paths world. Interestingly, it seems that the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation has noticed our existence and started to fight back against us. The dominant talisman beast Jia said with a smile. It sensed the drastic changes in the Six Paths world. All the gods came out, making the entire Six Paths world strictly lawful and monitoring every corner of the world. Of course, even if a rabbit is cornered, it will dare to show its teeth to a tiger. I would be surprised if the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation did nothing. The Dominator Picture Beast said lightly. It felt that the Dominators like themselves had sneaked into the Six Worlds with great fanfare and had no intention of concealing their whereabouts. As the controller of the Six Worlds of Reincarnation, it is impossible not to know this. Therefore, they expected a counterattack now. Things that are not surprising. But this Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation is really ridiculous. Do you think that by establishing a heavenly palace and uniting all the 6 gods, you can compete with our 9 great masters? What a joke. The master's gray eyes sneered. It dismissed Furukawa's actions and thought it was just a dying struggle. There was no way it could gain the power of their 9 masters. After all, no matter how many ants they gathered, they were just ants. How could they do it? Is it a joke or something to be able to compete with these behemoths? No, it's not necessarily a joke. The eyes of the master of the Vientiane castle showed a glimmer of light. If there are too many ants, they may bite the elephant to death. Although our power far exceeds the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, in this six-path fragmented world, our power cannot stir up much. Due to the wind and waves, we cannot exert power beyond the Hongmeng Saint level. In this case, just by relying on the power of these Six Paths sentient beings, we can be suppressed within a certain range, preventing us from intervening in the internal affairs of the Six Paths world. When the time comes when the Six Paths of Reincarnation has evolved to a certain level, then the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation will be able to gather the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation and beat us to death with our backhand. It sensed Furukawa's sinister intentions. It was obvious that the other party planned to gather the power of the 6 gods and conduct all-round surveillance of their power. Once any signs appeared, they would suppress them with all their strength. In this way, they would not be able to operate in the world of 6 paths. 2 powerful forces have developed among them, and when the time comes, they will not be able to control the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation. And that kid still firmly controls the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and they will be dead by then. Actually want to suppress our development in the 6 paths of reincarnation? Ridiculous guy, can he suppress it if he wants to? Even if we can only exert the power of the Hongmeng Saint level, we are the masters after all, and can still sweep through the same level. The giant axe of domination sneered again and again. It has never taken these 6-path creatures seriously. After all, it has monopolized one era after another. There are no geniuses or monsters in any era that it has not seen. But so far, all of them have been ignored by it. Suppressed, no one can make waves. The same is true for these 6-path creatures. No one can challenge the master. It can't be said that the lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Isn't it a big deal to be able to create a character with 6 paths of reincarnation? If we underestimate each other too much, we may capsize, so it is better to be cautious. The master of the blood plate said calmly, "This is not unreasonable." At this time, the ruler of the eternal river said, "The most important thing for us now is to enhance the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and enhance the strength of the laws of the 6 paths world. In this way, we can exert more powerful power. And the speed must be fast. Even if the seedlings are promoted, we will not hesitate to do so. As long as the promotion speed of the 6 worlds is fast enough, then the strength of the 6 worlds cannot keep up with the speed of the world promotion, then we can form an all-round suppression, and even let our own the legions under his command came over and wiped out all the sentient beings in the 6 realms. It exudes a murderous aura, without concealing it at all. Obviously, its plan is very simple, that is to quickly increase the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, so that the 6 paths of reincarnation can accommodate their more powerful power. By then they will be able to exert their elementary level the Lord of the Universe, the Lord of the Medium Universe, the Lord of the High Universe, and even the title of Lord of the Universe. In this way, no matter how these 6 gods struggle, there is nothing they can do. It must be defeated with absolute strength. This group of 6 paths creatures have snatched the entire 6 paths of reincarnation and taken it as their own. This is using power to overwhelm others and not giving any chance to the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation. You are right. Since the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation wants to establish heavenly court and suppress all resistance forces, then we will form a resistance army to fight against heavenly court. The master of the chaos god Tomb said, "Although heavenly court occupies the absolute power of destiny in the 6 paths world and is an orthodox dynasty, once heavenly court is overthrown and replaced by heavenly court, then we will be the new heavenly court and can seize the entire 6 paths in one fell swoop. With the power of the world's destiny, we can then canonize the 6 gods and seize the authority of the 6 reincarnations." It actually thinks this is a great opportunity. Although it has established the heavenly court, it can gather the power of the 6 gods to the greatest extent and monitor every place in the 6 paths world so that no accidents can be hidden. But to a certain extent, the heavenly court they have become the biggest target. Now they are in the dark, and the Lord of 6 paths of samsara is in the light, which means that they have a certain degree of advantage and can continue to strengthen the resistance in the darkness. Once the rebellion succeeds and overthrows the heavenly court, then they can seize the endless power of destiny in heaven in one fell swoop, and they can also naturally obtain the authority of the 6 reincarnations. So this is also a good thing for them. Then let the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation be arrogant for a while. The most important thing for us now is to accumulate strength and accumulate the power to resist the heaven. When the resistance reaches a certain level, then it will be the heaven, the so-called Emperor of Heaven, the death date of the so-called Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation. The castle that dominates Vientiane is full of murderous intent, with a hint of coldness in its eyes. I don't want to kill such an outstanding person. Maybe I can imprison him in my cage and never be reincarnated. The Lord of the Infinite Cage smiled slyly. There are countless monsters imprisoned in its cage. All of them are monsters of the era and the geniuses of the times. It has a habit of collecting the children of the destiny of the era and appreciates their painful expressions in the cage. Crash. Not long after, the 9 masters hid again. They hid and did not plan to make any unexpected moves. After a certain period of time, they would take action again to decide the outcome in a battle. Let's give up for now. The Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation was arrogant for a while. All credit goes to the original author. The betrayer's eyes showed a cold light, and he seemed to smell the secret. It seems that you have understood the focus of our meeting. What we are going to deal with this time is the new overlord of the Western Wilds, the Primitive Kingdom. We want to completely plunder this country from top to bottom. This is our great opportunity. There is no room for error. The arrogant man bluntly stated that the main point of his meeting this time was to loot the original kingdom of God. That's why he went to great lengths to call back the entire Dark Organization in order to gather the manpower to carry out this looting. Action is foolproof. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1209. To deal with the original kingdom of God? When he heard this, the glutton suddenly laughed. It's just a small country. Even if the leader is the Lord of the universe, can't one person solve it with the power of the leader? Why summon members of the entire Dark Organization? It feels that the so-called primitive divine kingdom is just a force in the countryside. Compared with the empire in the central region, it doesn't know how far behind it is. And their secret organization is a notorious super-criminal organization and is controlled by the 9 dominant forces. The wanted ones have not been completely eradicated so far. It can be said that they are already considered a super force in the origin continent. They are comparable to those ancient sections. They are simply overqualified to deal with a rural overlord. Sending just one member will be enough. Can destroy each other dozens of times. This is not a joke, but a fact. After all, each of them is a strong man at the level of the Lord of the Universe and has the terrifying destructive power to destroy the country and destroy the universe. Each one is equivalent to a huge beast with absolute combat power that cannot be underestimated. If only it were that simple. The arrogant man shook his head. I once went to the primitive kingdom of God to observe and found that its immortal barrier is extremely powerful, almost reaching the peak of the title of Lord of the Universe. Even according to my strength, it will be difficult for me to do so in a short time. Break the immortal barrier. If the leader of the original kingdom of God is alerted, I am afraid that the other party will be able to use the immortal barrier to completely suppress me, and then I will be unable to fly. Although it is extremely arrogant, it is not a fool. It does everything after planning. It is precisely because it is confident and 100% successful in doing things that it is arrogant, looks down on everyone, and thinks that everyone in the world is a fool. Not as good as myself. Is the immortal barrier really that powerful? Not even the leader can be shaken? Hearing this, many of the masters of the universe became solemn. They know the character of their leader and will never joke at such a critical moment. In other words, everything the arrogant said is true, and there is absolutely no half measure. A false lie. But this proves the power of the original kingdom of God. Even the arrogant people have little confidence in dealing with it, so they choose to call back the members of the entire Dark Organization and gather everyone's strength. If it is really that powerful, then why would the original kingdom of God come to a rural place like the Western Wilderness when he can gain a foothold in the central region? Isn't this stupid? Greedy people don't understand. It's like a rich man doesn't live in a big city, but goes to live in a sparsely populated place full of backcountry. This is simply asking for trouble. He doesn't understand what this stupid behavior is for. I don't know about this. Maybe the leader of the original kingdom of God hides some earth-shattering secrets, but there is no doubt that this is an opportunity for us. The arrogant man's eyes showed a glint of light. Chance. Everyone couldn't help but look at the arrogant person. Of course it's an opportunity. The arrogant man said naturally. If such a powerful empire is in the central area, it is impossible for us to shake it. If we dare to attack, we will be asking for death. This is of course not only because they have a strong defense system, but the most important thing is that they have alliances with each other and can help each other at critical moments. At that time, we will not only face one empire, but several empires. If more than a dozen empires join forces, even our Dark Organization will be beaten alive, so it is naturally impossible for us to commit suicide like this. The behavior of. But it's different in the Western Wilderness. This is a deserted and barren place. The only empire around is the original kingdom of God, and there are no other helpers. In other words, even if we go all out to deal with the primitive kingdom of God, there is no way for the primitive kingdom of God to find helpers, and in the end we can only let it be slaughtered by us. It feels that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, just in time to loot the original kingdom of God and make a lot of money. After all, there are not many such fat sheep in the entire continent of origin. It is indeed, as the leader said, as rich as the original kingdom of God, but there are too few fat sheep that we can gnaw on. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The greedy Xianxia said with a smile, "If you miss this opportunity, you will be struck by lightning." To be honest, I have received news that many organizations have begun to focus on the primitive kingdom of God. If we are late, we may not even get the soup. Drink. It means that not only its own organization is interested in the primitive divine kingdom, but also other obstacles are also eyeing it. After all, ordinary people are not guilty of carrying the treasure. The reason why the primitive divine kingdom could not enter the eyes of the Lord of the universe before is because not powerful enough, not rich enough, not worthy of being placed in the eyes of the lords of the universe. But it is different now. As the original kingdom of God became the overlord of the Western wilderness, it accumulated more and more wealth, and at the same time its fame became more and more. It has grown bigger, but has not shown much combat power, which naturally arouses the covetousness of other masters of the universe. Especially criminal organizations like the Dark Organization, they want to loot all the wealth accumulated by the original kingdom of God over the years, thus make a fortune. This is the cruel law of the jungle in the origin continent. If you do not have the ability to protect yourself, the more wealth you reveal, the faster you will die. In the origin continent, wealth and strength need to match. If it doesn't match, it's a recipe for death. So, how should we attack the original kingdom of God? The Lord of the Universe asked. It has already started gearing up. It feels that this is indeed a great opportunity, and with the dark organizations coming out in full force, the primitive kingdom of God simply cannot handle it. If we attack by force, the losses will be too great, and the gains will not be worth the losses, so we sneaked into the primitive kingdom of God in advance and started to break through from the inside, catching them by surprise. The arrogant man said his plan. It can be said that we can directly tear apart the immortal barrier from within. Although this immortal barrier is indeed powerful, it cannot stop the power of our joint efforts. At that time, we will be able to attract the leader of the primitive divine kingdom and then beat him to death. Soon the primitive divine kingdom will be in the possession of our dark organization. It not only wants to obtain the property of the primitive kingdom of God, but also wants to secretly control the entire primitive kingdom of God. After all, looting can make you rich overnight, but manipulating the country and controlling a country's taxation is the source of wealth. The constant right path. Interesting. At this time, Furukawa touched his chin. Listening to the content of the meeting, he didn't expect that this group of criminals from the Dark Organization would actually have their thoughts on him. It can be said that this was like hitting the target. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1210. But Furukawa also knew that something similar would happen sooner or later. After all, the original kingdom of God was so wealthy that it could even compare with the empires in the central region. On the land of the western wilderness, it was like fireflies in the darkness, so bright and eye-catching. At the same time, the original divine kingdom has not shown the strength to protect this wealth, so it will naturally be targeted by other forces in the origin continent. It is estimated that in addition to dark organizations, there are also a large number of super organizations eyeing the fat of the primitive divine kingdom. In addition, there are probably countless forces lurking, trying to plot against the original kingdom of God. Now, the dark organization is just the first force to jump out. They should be considered unlucky if they encounter me. Furukawa touched his chin. He originally came to look for the origin text, but he didn't expect to encounter this group of criminals from the Dark Organization here, which just happened to expose the other party's plan. Of course, Even if he didn't meet these dark organizations, he will not worry about any problems that may arise in the original kingdom of God. Because there are many masters of the universe guarding the kingdom of the original God. For example, there are thousands of masters of the universe originally controlled by the brainwashers, as well as those who have continuously joined the kingdom of the original God over the years. The lords of the universe, they are all the powerful combat power visible to the naked eye in the original kingdom of God. However, the highest level of combat power in the original kingdom of God is naturally the three pinnacle titles of Brain Eater, Destroyer of all creatures, and Nar, which were completely transformed by Furukawa, the Lord of the Universe. They are all universe overlord-level existences. Even in the origin continent, they are the most powerful beings besides the 9 masters. They guard the original kingdom of God, plus immortal monuments and other universes. With the power of the treasure, no matter what force comes to invade the primitive kingdom of God, they will definitely die. But now that these members of the Dark Organization have met Furukawa, these guys are unlucky. After all, the robberies have all been robbed on the head of the real owner. Is this not seeking death?
What? Boom, tilde, tilde.
At this moment, Furukawa took action boldly, raised his hand and struck it with a palm, crushing it down and instantly covering the group of title masters of the universe. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, as if the sky collapsed at this moment. What? The arrogant and other members of the Dark Organization were still meeting to discuss how to attack the primitive kingdom of God and how to distribute the treasure after success. They were discussing happily. They suddenly felt a huge crisis, as if there was something deep in the void. Infinite murderous intent came over them, covering each of them, unavoidable and unstoppable. All of them suddenly had their hairs standing on end. They had no idea where the enemy was coming from or why they were attacking them. You must know that their place is heavily guarded, with forbidden formations everywhere. It has existed for countless years in the universe, and has not been discovered by others. But now, their extremely safe flare has actually broken into the enemy, and even attacked them brazenly. It really makes them feel extremely horrified. But at this time, they can't help it. The enemy has no intention of giving them a chance to breathe. At this moment of life and death crisis, they are after all the masters of the universe. They have experienced hundreds of battles, and they don't know he had escaped so many pursuits, so he reacted in an instant.
Crash.
The next second, the arrogant and other masters of the universe shouted loudly, and terrifying magical powers erupted from them. Like rays of light, it penetrated the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, all the attacks from the arrogant and others bombarded the big hand that Furukawa had blasted down. The two sides collided instantly, just like two people. It was as if chaotic universes were colliding. Immediately, the space-time with a radius of hundreds of millions of light-years vibrated, and waves of void ripples appeared. The place where they were was suddenly flattened, shattering the space-time. Only the Earth could be seen at this moment. Above it, a huge palm print appeared, like a divine hand, completely erasing everything in this world. Puff. The arrogant and others were knocked back by this blow, and were seriously injured. They couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but they still withstood the fatal blow. They stared at the attacker in front of them in shock and anger. Damn it, who are you? How dare you take action against people from our dark organization? You are so fucking tired of living. How on earth did you sneak into our base camp? Who are you exactly? Why do you want to attack people from our dark organization? The arrogant and others stared intently at a figure that emerged from the void of chaos. They could sense that it was the person in front of them who had killed them. If they were not more or less capable, they would have died long ago. They were caught under this terrifying palm, so you can imagine the anger deep in their hearts at this moment, and they just wanted to tear the person in front of them into pieces. But after all, they are immortals who have lived for countless years, and they are very cunning. After all, the person in front of me can sneak into their lair silently, making them unable to detect them and almost slapping them to death. This person's cultivation level is extraordinary. No matter how angry they are, They probably won't be able to kill them in a short time. They want to kill this beast, so they must find out the details of this person before they can prescribe the right medicine. Not dead? He is worthy of being a wanted criminal at the level of the universe. After hastily resisting, he was able to block my palm. He is indeed worthy of his reputation. Furukawa looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but nod in admiration. Although he didn't use all his strength with this palm strike just now, it was just a small test, but it was not a blow that the ordinary Lord of the Universe could withstand. However, this group of titled universes, the Master was able to resist it, which is enough to prove that they are not just people who have gained fame in vain. What? However, when the arrogant and the others heard this, they were so angry that they were filled with smoke. You must know that they are the famous wanted criminals in the Origin continent. They have run rampant and dominated one era after another, killing people like crazy. They are definitely big demons. But the condescending attitude of the person in front of them is as if they are treating them as juniors. Pointing here, and there just makes them mad.
Who are you?
Do you have the guts to sign up? But even though he was half dead with anger, the arrogant one still didn't lose his mind. He wanted to know who the person who attacked him in front of him was and what his origins were. Who I am? You actually don't even know who I am. Didn't you have a lively discussion just now and want to loot my country and get rid of me quickly? Furukawa smiled slightly.
This.
As soon as these words came out, it was simply shocking. The faces of the arrogant and others changed drastically, revealing expressions of disbelief. They looked at each other in disbelief. None of them could describe the feelings deep in their hearts at this moment. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1211. To be honest, even if the arrogant and others wanted to break their heads, they never thought that the enemy who suddenly attacked them was actually the famous leader of the original kingdom of God. You must know that the force they just discussed to deal with is the primitive divine kingdom. They are also discussing how to cut the owner of the primitive divine kingdom into pieces and take the other party's wealth as their own. But now, the leader of the original kingdom of God appeared directly in front of them and even directly invaded their lair and launched an attack on them. This fact is so unbelievable that they don't even know what happened. Obviously, they haven't started to take action yet, but the leader of the original kingdom of God has started to take action. It seems that he is the first to strike. This is simply unbelievable. Are you really the leader of the original kingdom of God? The arrogant didn't believe Furukawa's words. After all, if the other party was true, then how did the other party know that they were going to deal with the primitive kingdom of God, and how did they accurately find their lair? Before, it was just on a whim. It's just a matter of decision. There is no news leaked at all. Even if there is an undercover agent, it is impossible to leak the news. The only possibility is that this kid may have the ability to predict the future and be able to predict that people like him are about to attack the original kingdom of God, so we arrived at this place early. In fact, in the continent of Origin, there are many strange people and strange things. Although people who can predict the future are very rare, they are not without them. Maybe the leader of the primitive kingdom of God is one of them. Think of this. Their faces became even more solemn because the Lord of the Universe, who can predict the future, is extremely difficult to deal with. The other party knows a lot of information about the future, but he knows nothing. It can be said that they may fall into the enemy's trap unknowingly. Thus the body dies and the path disappears. So what if it is, so what if it's not? Is there a difference for you? Furukawa stood with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, the arrogant and others immediately laughed. It is indeed the case. Regardless of whether the person in front of him is the original king of the kingdom of God, since the other party dares to break into his lair and kills himself, the relationship between the two sides, they have formed a deadly feud a long time ago. In this way, no matter what the identity of the person in front of them is, their secret organization will tear each other into pieces.
Kill.
As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the arrogant and others showed a cold light. They didn't talk nonsense at all, and immediately took action, bursting out with terrifying magical powers. It is a sin of arrogance. Everyone in the world obeys my orders. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. The arrogant shouted angrily. A burst of terrifying domain power erupted from it. It seemed to be centered on its body, forming an absolute law of law and cause and effect, covering this area. Any life that enters this area will be destroyed. You must obey the orders of the arrogant, otherwise you will be killed immediately by the power of the arrogant's law. This is the absolute order of the arrogant. As long as it is not higher than the existence of power in it, it can never be violated. With the power of this law, it has killed countless enemies. Just a glance can make hundreds of millions of sentient beings kneel down and surrender to it. Even all laws and magic have no effect on it. The effect can be called an invincible power of magic. The sin of jealousy. All beings who are better than me and happier than me must die and disappear completely from this world. The jealous man took out a black long bow from his body. This is a magic weapon of the secret treasure level of the universe, the bow of jealousy. The stronger its jealousy, the more terrifying the power it exerts. And the enemy targeted by it, no matter how far you go, you can't escape this arrow of jealousy. It can be said that the arrow of jealousy it shoots is a sure hit. Phew! In an instant, it bent its bow and knocked an arrow, and immediately shot Furukawa. A black arrow shadow came, silently, and merged into the chaotic time and space. It contained the law of cause and effect, and was entrusted with jealousy. It was an arrow of the soul, containing twisted spiritual power, and seemed to be slightly contaminated. Will be completely corroded. It can be said that this arrow is not only unstoppable because it contains the poison of jealousy. Once the enemy is hit by this arrow, he will suffer to death because he is too jealous of others and cannot control it. Completely crazy. With this amazing arrow skill, the jealous man secretly plotted against those peerless geniuses and shot one after another. The number of people who died under its arrows was simply countless. The sin of laziness. There is only one sin in this world that deserves to be forgiven, and that is laziness. Go to sleep, sleep. Anything will happen to you. The disembodied voice of the lazy person came over. Waves of dark power emanated from it, surging in like a reminder. After people heard it, they immediately fell asleep. This is at the field of laziness in the body, the power of laziness. If any life is contaminated with the power of laziness, the whole body will immediately become lazy, as if the strength of the whole body has been deprived. No matter what you do, you will have no motivation and just want to lie down. The bed is drowsy. And with the power of this lazy field, every time a lazy person goes to a place, all the lives in that place will fall into a deep sleep, and they will have no strength no matter what they do. In the end, even if these lives see food in front of them, will not bother to eat, because due to extreme laziness, these lives will starve to death. At the same time, these lives will also be deprived of all vitality and integrated into its lazy realm. Wow, in an instant, the power of this lazy domain also covered this area, covering the area around Furukawa, trying to drag Furukawa into the abyss of laziness, and he could no longer extricate himself. Sin of rage. Damn bastard. You dare to break into our base camp and kill us. Do you know how big a crime you have committed? Not only will you die this time, but also the people around you. Everyone who has anything to do with you will die because of this incident. I will kill all 9 of your clans and destroy everyone who is causally related to you. The furious one roared angrily. Visible rage erupted from it, and black flames appeared all over its body, as if it was the angry fire from hell, burning everything visible to the naked eye into ashes. With its body as the center, the chaotic void with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers has been covered by endless black flames, and all matter begins to burn at this moment. And the angrier it is, the faster its power increases, and there seems to be no end. This is the characteristic of the Furious One. Its power can be increased endlessly. The more angry it is, the stronger the power will be, until its body can no longer support it. Therefore, it is the most terrifying figure among the dark organizations and is titled the King of the Universe.
Host.
All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1212. However, because the angry person is too powerful and often loses control of his emotions, when he is angry to a certain extent, he will completely lose his mind. At that time, it began to distinguish between friend and foe, and any life that appeared in front of it would be killed by it. Even members of the Dark Organization were killed by it. So it's a double-edged sword. Even people from the Dark Organization don't want to go on missions with the wrathful ones. At the same time, it is also the most brutal member of the Dark Organization. The lives that have died at its hands are simply incalculable. It is also the most notorious, wanted criminal. Even its bounty is higher than that of the arrogant, the leader of the Dark Organization. As for the sin of gluttony, there is no crime in eating. You can eat anything in this world, and everything is mine. Is it my fault that I don't pay after eating? The glutton Xianxia said with a smile.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, waves of black mist emitted from it, and these black mists seemed to condense into countless black bugs. This is the gluttonous bug. This is also it. It has the unique power of gluttony, and its appetite is almost endless. With the gluttony bug, it can eat almost everything in the world. Wherever the gluttony bug goes, all living things and all materials will be destroyed. But no matter how much food it eats, it can't satisfy its appetite, because its soul is empty and missing a piece. Because of this, it keeps overeating, hoping to satisfy its soul with food. Instantly in the meantime, countless gluttonous insects swarmed in, seemingly forming an endless black storm that instantly covered the upper, lower, left, and right sides of Furukawa. Xianxia, the leader of the original kingdom of God, I, the traitor, have accepted your life. With a whoosh, a dark shadow silently appeared behind Furukawa. It instantly appeared in Furukawa's blind spot. He took out a black dagger in his hand and stabbed him silently.
Come here.
This is the unique power of the betrayer. It can appear silently behind anyone, making it difficult for anyone to resist, then stab the opponent in the back, and then stab the opponent to death. And this move, making it almost invincible. Often the enemy doesn't even know what's going on, and is stabbed to death by it just like that. With this ability, the betrayer becomes the strongest assassin of the Dark Organization and dies in its hands. The enemies are simply countless and cannot be calculated using numbers. At this moment, Furukawa glanced sideways, and he naturally sensed the aura of the betrayer appearing behind him. He did not make any big moves in response to the betrayer's actions. The supreme magic, Karma Barrier. In an instant, densely packed causal runes emerged from his body, condensed from the law of causality, and turned into a thin barrier, covering the whole body.
Boom.
At this moment, the betrayer's dagger stabbed over, containing a terrifying edge. It is a cosmic secret treasure-level dagger that can pierce almost all magic. Even defensive magic weapons of the same level cannot withstand the sharpness of this dagger. But at this second, its expression changed drastically, because it found that his dagger stabbed a barrier, and this barrier was completely different from any barrier he had encountered before. This was a barrier that contained the power of cause and effect. An unimaginably vast force bounced back, from cause to effect. From effect to cause, it feels that it seems to have encountered the power of karma. Not good. The betrayer's face changed drastically, and his face was ashen. It is said that if you always walk by the river, your shoes will not get wet. It stabbed too many enemies in the back, and sooner or later they will be stabbed back.
Boom.
In an instant, this force of cause and effect. The force rebounded back, and a vast penetrating force penetrated its whole body in an instant, and its soul and body were shattered to pieces at this moment. No, no, no. How could this happen? How could my betrayer die like this, just like this? How can it be? The betrayer simply couldn't believe his eyes. It had obviously successfully stabbed the opponent in the back. Normally, it should be able to kill the opponent, but the power of karma rebounded on it. It is like bombarding all the attack power on it. Although the betrayer's attack power is unparalleled in the world, not many people can resist its assassination, but its own defense power is ordinary, far less than other titles in the universe.
Lord.
So it suffered such a powerful blow that it couldn't withstand even a second. It was immediately injured that both body and soul were destroyed, and unimaginable pain was felt all over the body. It's such a pity that you died. Please enter my reincarnation. Furukawa grabbed it with his big hand.
Wow.
The next second, the betrayer had no idea what was happening. Just before his death, his soul and body, which had been completely shattered, were swallowed up by a huge black hole in an instant. Then it found itself disappearing into the chaotic void without a trace. However, for other dark organizations, the title of Lord of the Universe showed a look of horror on their faces. They could not sense the betrayer's breath. It was obvious that the betrayer had been killed at that moment. Damn it, the traitor was killed. How can it be? The traitor's assassination skills were unparalleled in the world. How could he die like this? Nothing is impossible. There are so many secret arts in this world. The capable people in the world are like Christian carp crossing the river. It is not impossible that there is a secret technique that can kill betrayers. The traitor had assassinated too many people, and it had never failed. But this time it failed, so it died. The damn leader of the original kingdom of God actually killed people from my dark organization. This is simply asking for death. The members of the Dark Organization were furious because a member of the Dark Organization was beaten alive and killed under their noses. This was simply a provocation. No one has ever been able to stand in front of so many Dark Organization members. Those who kill them can escape unscathed. Although the relationship between these Dark Organization members is not very good, at this moment they share weal and woe, and they cannot tolerate their dignity being trampled on. So, at this moment, they were so angry that they wanted to immediately cut Furukawa into pieces. However, they also raised their vigilance towards Furukawa to an unprecedented height. After all, even the Master of the Universe with the top title of Betrayer was killed with a single move. As you can imagine, the terror of the leader of the primitive divine kingdom is definitely not as simple as imagined. In fact, this guy actually dared to break into the Dark Organization's lair single-handedly and wanted to wipe them all out. This is enough to prove that this primitive god the extent to which the country's leader is confident in himself. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 12-13. Rumble. Soon enough, the attacks from Arrogant and others came in an instant, all bombarding Furukawa as if countless universes were colliding crazily, producing unimaginable destructive power. Chaos Barrier. At this moment, Furukawa lightly pointed his finger and cast another doomsday-level technique. And this technique was the most powerful technique that he realized not long after he was born. It gathered the endless power of the laws of chaos and condensed it into one. An indestructible barrier. Any force that enters the chaos barrier will be dissolved and digested, returning everything to chaos. To a certain extent, the Chaos Barrier's defensive power is more terrifying than the Gate of Eternal Life, and its potential for improvement is huge. Originally, when Furukawa has not been promoted to the Saint Realm, he can be invincible with the Chaos Barrier, resisting the siege of countless Chaos Demon gods, and is invincible. Now, he has been promoted to the realm of the pinnacle title Lord of the Universe, and has the power of nearly 100 million universe reincarnations. If coupled with the hidden power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, his combat power becomes even more terrifying. So Furukawa used the chaos barrier technique at this moment, and dense chaotic air currents immediately surged out from around his body, intertwining with each other, seeming to bind everything. They all returned to chaos and fell into a state of eternal destruction. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the attacks of the arrogant and others bombarded Furukawa's chaotic barrier. All the power disappeared, and they were melted and destroyed in an instant.
Chaos.
Seeing this scene, the arrogant and others stared wide-eyed. They simply couldn't believe that they had tried their best to strike and were surrounded by dozens of lords of the universe, but they could not shake the defense of the Lord of the original kingdom of God. They sensed the vast and unparalleled power in Furukawa, and it seemed that they were not facing the title of Lord of the Universe, but a collection of thousands of chaotic universes. Such power cannot be resisted by human beings. It must be, to use a vivid metaphor, they feel as if they are facing a master. The opponent has overwhelming combat power, which they cannot match at all. Who are you? How could there be such terrifying power? It is impossible for a being like you to be a nobody. Who are you? That's right. It's impossible for a strong man like you to be driven out of the central region. You can definitely build an unimaginable empire in the Middle-earth. How could you end up in the Western wilderness? The faces of the arrogant and others were extremely ugly. At this moment, they clearly sensed the gap between themselves and Furukawa. It is obvious that everyone is the master of the universe with the pinnacle title. But the power of the other party gave them an irresistible feeling. They felt like ants facing a vast mountain. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that they could face such a terrifying Lord of the universe. It was simply unbelievable. To be honest, I have met many titled Lords of the universe. They have survived for more than hundreds of millions of universe reincarnations and can be considered extremely ancient existences. However, I have never met a universe overlord like you who can possess such power, even can challenge the master. The arrogant man's face was extremely serious, and there are very few such existences even in the origin continent, and I should know each other, but I don't know you, so there is only one like this in the world. The existence of the super-wanted criminal who was recently wanted by the 9 masters at the same time, the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation. It stared at Furukawa.
What?
At this moment, many members of the Dark Organization were shocked and horrified. To be honest, even criminals like them who were hiding in Tibet knew the existence of the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation. After all, the other party is the most wanted criminal in the universe, who is personally wanted by the 9 masters. Even if they do all kinds of evil and kill people, they have never encountered such an honor. Of course, they don't want to get such an honor. Such treatment will almost certainly lead to death. But even if in this way, to this day, when this wanted order appeared, few people have ever encountered the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation, and they don't even know what the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation looks like. But the only thing that is known is that the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation is an existence that can survive in front of the 9 masters. Otherwise, he would not be wanted by the 9 masters at the same time. He would just be beaten to death on the spot. This alone is enough to shock countless universe masters in the origin continent. Being able to survive unharmed in front of the 9 masters is enough to prove the terror of the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation. Some people think that the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation may be the strongest title of Lord of the universe, second only to the invincible existence of the 9 masters. But now they actually met this super wanted criminal. To a certain extent, they met the boss of the wanted criminal. Everyone was shocked and couldn't describe the horror deep in their hearts. You are very smart, but you are not smart enough. The more things you know, the faster you will die, you know? Furukawa smiled slightly and looked at the arrogant and others lightly. When the arrogant heard this, a creepy feeling spread throughout his body. It was indeed, as the other party said. It was indeed very smart. If it were not smart enough, it would not be able to guess Furukawa's true identity in just a few words. But it is not smart enough either. Because a truly smart person, even if he really guesses the identity of the other party, will not say it foolishly, thereby arousing the other party's murderous intention. It can be said that it has forced itself into a death situation, and now even if the other party has the intention, let him leave. It is impossible to leave at this moment. This is a never-ending situation. After all, the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation is wanted by the Nine Masters, and the entire universe is an enemy. How can he let his whereabouts be leaked at this time? Therefore, these people are bound to die, and no one can survive. Moreover, the arrogant person also feels that the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation must also have such strength. After all, even the Nine Masters cannot kill the existence. Who knows to what extent? What kind of fighting power does the monster have? No matter how much it raises the opponent's fighting power, it still thinks it's normal. Run away quickly. Only one can survive. The arrogant one shouted angrily. Now it doesn't dare to be arrogant anymore, because the gap between them is so big that it is impossible to compete. The only chance is to escape. At this moment, they became more and more silent, feeling the strangeness and unfathomability of this world. Because from the words of the old ghost just now, it means that this world is extremely special. Any life born in this world will come to hell to be reincarnated after death. If you have great merit, you can be reincarnated into princes, generals, ministers, or even descendants of ancient families. If the sin is serious, he will be sent to the 18 levels of hell and will not be reincarnated for eternity. What is even more terrifying is that he will be imprisoned in the realm of evil ghosts and suffer eternal torture. In other words, the creatures in this world are immortal existences. Regardless of their cultivation level, they can be reincarnated from life to life and will not die at all. This fact has a great impact on the cognition of the arrogant and others. They must know that they have been practicing for an unknown amount of time and cannot obtain such immortal abilities. But in this world, any ordinary mortal can be immortal and achieve eternal life in reincarnation. Is this the legendary world of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, the great path attained by the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation? The arrogant man was extremely emotional. Even if he only entered the hell world for a period of time and just understood some of its mysteries, according to his knowledge of the Master of the Universe, which is the pinnacle title, he has already felt the horror of these 6 reincarnations. This is not comparable to other worlds. Possessing uniqueness and particularity, unfathomable. No wonder even the 9 lords are eager to hunt down the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation, probably because the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation has mastered unimaginable power and can threaten the status and lives of the 9 lords. The betrayer said solemnly, "It can feel the power behind these 6 reincarnations. The power that allows all living beings to achieve immortality in reincarnation is really unbelievable. In other words, as long as time is long enough, reincarnation will happen one life after another. Sooner or later, all living beings in the 6 paths will become saints. At that time, everyone will be like a dragon, and everyone will become a saint. It is conceivable how terrifying the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation will be, and how far the world of the 6 paths will evolve. It's no wonder that we are no match for the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation. He beat us to death with one punch. The gap between us is really too big to be described." The lazy man was extremely emotional. Before, he couldn't notice the difference between them. He felt that even though the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation was very powerful, he couldn't be much stronger than them. But when they really fought, they discovered their own strength. Like ants, they are contending with an unimaginable divine beast. This gap is wider than the gap between a quasi-sage and a saint. If they had not experienced this personally, they would not believe that there would be such a thing in the world. Such a ridiculous thing happened. But since the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation is so tyrannical, why didn't he kill us all instead of sending us into reincarnation? Jealous people are puzzled. The answer is actually very simple, because that guy doesn't look down on us at all. The arrogant man clenched his fists. That guy thinks that we are no different from other masters of the universe. Our provocations are similar to those of children and do not constitute any threat. So instead of killing us all, it is better to send us into the 6 realms of reincarnation and reincarnate us as members of the 6 realms of sentient beings. By then we will be in the reincarnation and cannot compete with them at all, and we can even only fight for them. Used by him. What? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the other Dark Organization members changed. They immediately understood the sinister intentions of the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation. It was obvious that he wanted to completely conquer them, the Dark Organization members. After all, they can practice to this extent. In terms of state, both in terms of character and aptitude, they are definitely the top geniuses in the entire universe, a rare kind in the ancient times. If they can be used by the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation, they will definitely become one of the most capable subordinates. The problem is that they are criminals who commit all kinds of evil and are members of the Dark Organization. Even the power of the 9 Masters did not make them surrender and kneel on the ground. But the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation dared to do such a thing and wanted to conquer them. I really looked down on people. Everyone was furious. But soon they deflated like a popped balloon because they now found that they had no ability to negotiate with the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Although they are now, he still has top qualifications, but he has lost all his power and only has his soul left. How can he possibly win over the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation? Okay, let's not talk about such things for now. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. The most important thing for us now is to understand the world of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and then find a way to restore our strength so that we can fight against the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The possibility of skill. Otherwise, I will be a lonely ghost in hell for the rest of my life. The arrogant gritted his teeth and said, although he is arrogant, he is not a fool. He naturally knows that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Especially since they have lost all their power and can no longer do whatever they want like before. In this way, they can make the means available are even rarer. Yes. Other members of the Dark Organization couldn't help but nod. They also had to admit this. Brother, how long do we have to go? When will we end? At this time, the arrogant man couldn't help but ask the old ghost next to him. Because they have been walking on the bridge for 7 days and 7 nights, but they have not yet reached the end of the bridge. Such an endless journey makes them feel extremely irritated. I don't know, but this is the original ancient snake path. It is said that it runs through the entire hell. It is endless and has no end or beginning. The old ghost said, but it's probably coming soon. Just be patient. But you have to be careful not to fall off the bridge. Below is the Huangquan River. If you really fall from here, even the gods of hell will not be able to save you, and you'll have to sink under the Yellow Spring River for the rest of your life until your consciousness completely disappears. What? Hearing this, the arrogant and others were awestruck. They couldn't help but look at a vast river under the bridge, as if it was a river of death running through hell. At this moment, above this river, there were many evil ghosts and skeletons floating, with ferocious expressions on their faces, such as fear, regret, etc. All of them could not help shouting, help me, brother, pull me up, save my life. As long as you save me this time, I will give you all the glory and wealth, and you will have whatever you want. I know the ultimate secret of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and I know all the mysteries in the world. As long as you save me, I will tell you all the secrets, and you will reach the top of your life. Evil ghosts made wailing sounds in the Huangquan River. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 12:18. What? Hearing the wails of these evil spirits, the arrogant man and others suddenly felt something in their hearts. They didn't care at all about the glory, wealth, and shocking treasures. After all, they are the masters of the universe, and they have countless treasures on their bodies. How can it be possible for mere mortal treasures to fall into their eyes? But the secret about the 6 paths of reincarnation is different. This is the ultimate secret of the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and it is also their only chance to escape from reincarnation. If they know the secret, they may have a full understanding of the world of 6 paths of reincarnation, and may even turn against the guests and seek revenge. Do you really believe what these evil spirits say? Seeing the expressions of the arrogant and others, the old ghost sneered. They have been in the Yellow Spring River for who knows how many years. They have been tortured by the Yellow Spring River water, and are on the verge of collapse. It can be said that just listen to whatever they say, but don't listen at all. If you really dare to reach out to catch them, you will only be pulled down directly by them and stay with them. In fact, I don't know how many idiots listened to the words of these evil spirits and foolishly stretched out their hands. As a result, they were pulled down into the Huangquan River and will never be reincarnated. It means that these evil spirits on the Huangquan River dare to say anything no matter what they say in order to drag others into the water. None of them is true at all. The arrogant and others felt awe in their hearts. To be honest, they did have a similar idea just now, to see if they could rescue the evil ghost and then learn some secrets of the 6 paths of reincarnation from the other party. But now it seems, these evil ghosts on the Huangquan River cannot be believed in a word. They're all lies. They are all designed to deceive the ordinary dead and drag them into the Huangquan River to keep company with them. If the tiger hadn't been reminded by the old ghost, maybe they will also be pulled into the Huangquan River. Well, without saying so much, it seems that we have already arrived. The old ghost said. At this time, the arrogant and others discovered that after 10 days and nights of walking, they had walked an unknown number of kilometers of the original ancient snake path and finally arrived at the other end of the bridge. Appearing before them in front of you is a huge hell city. The 3 characters Fengdu City are written on the city gate, which seems to contain endless power of origin. Densely dense evil ghosts also appear in Fengdu City, and the incense is flourishing, as if it is a kingdom in the human world. Generally speaking, to a certain extent, this is actually a paradise for the dead. The arrogant and others were all amazed. This was the first time they saw a city where so many dead souls gathered. After all, in the place where they were before, any life that died was dead. It was completely wiped out. Where could there be any souls left? And these are immortal souls that cannot be killed even in their heyday. These souls are the dead souls who have entered hell for the first time. They do not have any power of sin and can be reincarnated directly. At this time, a hell judge took a look at the arrogant and others and immediately saw that they had not committed any evil in the world of 6 reincarnations. Although they were in the outside world, they did not know how many lives they had killed, and they were committing all kinds of crimes. Molecules, but after coming to the world of 6 reincarnations, they are indeed a blank slate. And after they die, the power of essence, blood, and supernatural powers, as well as the power of sin, are all swallowed up by the 6 reincarnations and taken as their own. They already have it. In other words, they only have souls and their own memories left. They are completely blank sheets of paper. Therefore, according to the rules of 6 reincarnations, they can naturally be reincarnated directly. Reincarnated. Hearing this, the arrogant and others were immediately overjoyed. They did not expect that things would go so smoothly. Before, they were still thinking about how to escape from this hell. But they did not expect that they could leave hell through a regular way, that is, reincarnation. And soon they will be reincarnated as humans and reappear in this world as flesh and blood. This is simply pie in the sky. Take them to the reincarnation platform, throw them into reincarnation, and transfer them to the human world. The hell judge said solemnly. Yes. Suddenly, some hell jailers came forward and immediately took the arrogant and others away and brought them directly to the rotating platform. At this moment, many dead people were lining up to be reincarnated. This has formed a series of processes in hell. It has been running for I don't know how many epochs. Is this the place of reincarnation? The arrogant and others were amazed. They felt like bumpkins entering the city. They saw such an amazing scene for the first time. Countless dead people were waiting to be reincarnated. Each one was submerged in reincarnation and then reincarnated to other worlds. This mysterious transformation between life and death immediately shocked them. It was really unheard of. What is this place? Suddenly, the arrogant and others came to a place, and what appeared in front of them was a huge stone. But this stone was as smooth as a mirror and seemed to be able to reflect its own soul. This is the three-life stone, which can reflect your past, present, and future lives. A jailer next to him said, explaining the origin of the stone. What? The three-life stone. The arrogant and others looked at each other. They could all see the horror of this three-life stone, which is definitely comparable to ordinary cosmic secret treasures. It even has the potential to be compared to the treasure of the universe. They can feel the unfathomable breath of destiny in the three-life stone, which seems to penetrate the past, present, and future, and contains infinite laws of fate and time and space. If anyone controls the power of the three-life stone, can smash other universe masters, this is definitely an extremely powerful magic weapon. The Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation actually has so many magic weapons on his body. The arrogant and others felt waves of suffocation. They had repeatedly raised the strength of the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation before, but now it seems that they still underestimated the legendary Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. You must know that he was beaten to death by the opponent's punch, completely with his bare hands, and without even using a magic weapon. His strength was already terrifying to this extent. If the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation used the magic weapon on his body, or even his own magic weapon, then it is simply unimaginable to them how powerful the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation will be. No wonder he can remain immortal in front of the Nine Masters. The Master of the Six Reincarnations is really unfathomable. The arrogant and others were amazed. The more they understood the Six Paths of Reincarnation, the more they could sense the terror of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. He was definitely a monster that had never been seen in ancient times. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1219. Strange, this three-life stone can't be fake. Isn't it said to be able to see through one's past, present, and future? Why can't I see anything? The betrayer was curious. It stood in front of the Xianxia stone, wanting to see its past, present, and future lives, but it found that the stone was like a mirror, only reflecting its appearance and not showing its past appearance at all. Of course it's not fake. A jailer next to him said calmly, although your situation is rare, it is not uncommon. It is estimated that this is your first reincarnation, so the three-life stone does not record your past and present lives, which means that you have no previous life. You have never died before. This is your first time. Since this is the first death, since there is no previous life, it means that similar things often happen in hell. After all, there are many lives in this world that are born for the first time and do not have previous lives, such as those chaos demons, those heaven and earth spiritual beings that give birth to wisdom, etc. Because these beings were born for the first time in the world of six realms and have never died, they naturally do not have past lives. Only after they die, once, can the Xianxia stone show the memory of the other person's previous life. To a certain extent, not having a previous life is also a good thing. I see. The arrogant and others nodded. It was indeed their first time to die, and it was their first time to enter the hell world as undead souls. It is natural that their past lives were not displayed on them. If their past lives were really displayed, they would be, do you think you are cheating? That would be boring. If it could only show memories of past lives, present lives, and the future, this stone would be just a useless big stone. What's so great about it? The betrayer said disdainfully. Useless stone. Hearing this, the Hell Jailer suddenly laughed. It was lifeless. This is one of the most powerful artifacts in our Hell realm, with earth-shattering power. How dare you call it a useless stone? It looked at the arrogant man with interest. To be honest, it could feel that these dead souls were unusual. It was actually the first time they were reincarnated. They had no previous lives, and their soul power was very strong. In other words, once these dead souls' reincarnation as a human, is likely to rise in the next life. Needless to say, become an immortal, and may even become a saint. Therefore, it is also willing to talk to these future heroes, which can be regarded as forming a good relationship. Why can this stone become one of the most powerful artifacts? The betrayer couldn't help but ask. After thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out. Illuminating the past, present, and future of countless lives is just one of its auxiliary abilities. The Hell Jailer smiled slightly. Its most terrifying ability is that it can directly affect the past, present, and future of living beings. What's the meaning? The arrogant and others were stunned. They couldn't understand the words of the Hell Jailer. Very simple. The Hell Jailer smiled slightly. That is, once the power of the 3-life stone is activated, if it is one of your own, then the 3-life stone can project the people on your side into the future and transport yourself, who has grown to the peak in the future, directly to the present. When time comes, you can have the strongest combat power in an instant. If it is an enemy, then the power of the 3-life stones can make the enemy degenerate, and continue to degenerate until they degenerate to the moment they were just born.
What?
When these words came out, they were simply shocking, and the arrogant and others were stunned. They didn't expect that the power of the 3-life stones was so terrifying that it could bring people on their side back from the future, and then projected to this moment. In other words, even if it is a baby, the Xianxia stone can enhance the other party's power to its peak state and transport himself hundreds of millions of years in the future to this moment. This kind of power is really terrifying. Simply, it is a super weapon of war. As long as there are enough qualified beings, the 3-life stone can continuously give birth to the strongest and obtain countless warriors, thereby saving an unknown amount of time. And if it is hostile to the 3-life stone, it will undoubtedly be the same. The most unlucky. Because the power of the 3-life stones can continuously degrade the power of hostile life forms, teleporting the extremely weak self to this moment, and then be easily killed. In other words, the existence of the 3-life stones, even if it kills, it is not easy to kill the current enemies, but it is also easy to kill the extremely weak enemies in the past. How can we fight in this way? They are simply unable to compete with the near-invincible power of the Xianxia stone. How could there be such a magic weapon in the world? The arrogant and others all took a breath of cold air. They felt that if the Lord of 6 Paths of Samsara used this magic weapon before, they would be completely powerless to fight back. No, it seems that the Lord of 6 Paths of Samsara did not use any magic weapon at all. He beat them to death with his bare hands. Thinking of this, they felt even more aggrieved. Their feelings were not taken seriously by the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation at all, and they were beaten to death without even using magic weapons. Such aggrievement was simply can't be described in words. Now you know how terrifying the 3-life stone is. Why can it become one of the most powerful artifacts in the Hell realm? Isn't its power extraordinary? The Hell Jailer smiled slightly. Of course, the power of the 3-life stone cannot be used casually. It requires the user to have vast and unparalleled cultivation. Otherwise, once the 3-life stone is activated, all the energy will be swallowed up by the 3-life stone. It is really that both body and soul are destroyed. It means that although the 3-life stone is a powerful magic weapon, it cannot be used easily. I see. The arrogant and others nodded. They also thought that this was a matter of course. To be able to do such a heaven-defying thing would naturally require consuming an unimaginable amount of source energy. The energy in this world is conserved, and it can be done. The more heaven-defying things happen, the more energy needs to be consumed. If ordinary people want to activate the 3-life stone, they will probably be sucked into it in an instant. Moreover, the power of the 3-life stone is not unlimited. If the original energy is not enough, it is impossible to allow one's own people to grow without limit and to let the enemy's cultivation level regress. But even so, the power of the 3-life stone is terrifying enough. If there are no more restrictions, then no one can compete with the power of the 3-life stone. Why would you tell us this huge secret? The secret of the power of the 3-life stones should be one of the secrets of hell. The arrogant asked curiously. It felt that it and the Hell Jailer were just casual encounters, and there was no need for the other party to tell these dead people such a major secret. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1220. Haha, actually this is not a big secret. All the undead who have lived a little longer in the Hell Realm will probably know about this, so it's okay to tell you. Hearing this, the Hell Jailer suddenly laughed. Of course, the most important thing is that it doesn't matter much if I tell you about this, since you are going to be reincarnated anyway. What do you mean? At this moment, the arrogant and others are completely confused. Anyway, they are going to be reincarnated. It doesn't matter if you tell them these secrets and let them know. What does this mean? They were confused all of a sudden. I don't know why the Hell Jailer would say such a thing. It's your turn. But the Hell Jailer didn't say much. When he saw that it was the turn of the arrogant man and others in the queue, he waved his hand and asked the arrogant man and others to quickly enter the carousel. I saw that many dead people were already queuing up in front, and a man who looked like the ugly woman came over, holding a bowl of water in her hand, and came to the arrogant man and others. Drink Mengpa soup, and then you can go on the road and be reincarnated as a human being. The woman said to the arrogant one. What? The arrogant one was at a loss for a moment. It wanted to say something, but the woman didn't let it say anything. She directly poured the bowl of soup in her hand into it, inside the mouth, gurgling. Immediately, this bowl of yellow spring soup immediately entered its belly. What happened? The next second, the arrogant felt that his head was dizzy, and there seemed to be a sizzling sound coming from all over his body. At the same time, sizzling white mist and smoke came out, and the smoke lingered. It sensed the depth of the sea of consciousness. The memory is disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the power of that bowl of underworld soup spreads throughout its body in an instant. The memory that originally carried hundreds of millions of years of reincarnation in the universe seems to have been automatically deleted at this moment, and the entire hard drive is deleted at this moment. Completely format it into a blank piece of paper. Oops, my memory is disappearing. There was something wrong with what the woman gave me to drink just now. The arrogant's face changed drastically. It still doesn't know that it has been deceived. The weird liquid it drank actually has the power to erase the memory on its body. You know, it has lived for hundreds of millions of years in the universe, and has I don't know how many memories it carries. It can be said that it is these memories that formed its character and life. If these memories are completely lost now, will it still be arrogant? At this moment, the arrogant person feels extremely fearful. It was more frightened than at any time, as if it was about to lose itself completely at this moment, but there was nothing it could do about it. In an instant, the arrogant man also remembered the strange look in the eyes of the Hell Jailer just now, and the words of the jailer. No wonder the other party didn't care at all. Worried that he knows any secrets of hell. No one of the other party says that he is about to be reincarnated. Even if he knows these secrets, it doesn't matter. This is because his memory will be completely cleansed and he will not remember anything. In this way, even if no matter how many secrets it knows, it will have no effect. They have all been cleaned anyway. It's over. It's completely over now. The arrogant one is extremely desperate. It feels that its memory is gradually disappearing, and this is an irreversible process. If the memory disappears, it is gone, and it can never come back. Before, it wanted to have the opportunity to retaliate against the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation in the future, but now, what a waste of revenge. Soon it won't even know who the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation is. Stop, stop, stop now. I don't want to lose my memory. I don't want to lose my memory. At this moment, other members of the Dark Organization also saw the scene. They screamed in horror and tried to resist. Because once they lose their memory, they will become a blank sheet of paper. At that time, others will not care about their souls. You can write any kind of memory. You can even enslave yourself. For them, this is simply more terrifying than death. Catch them and feed them the yellow spring soup. The woman said calmly, unmoved. To be honest, it doesn't know how many eras it has been here and how many dead people it has fed to drink Huangquan soup. Some of them are content and keep their own rules, and some want to cause trouble and don't want to drink Mengpa soup. Similar. I don't know how many times this has happened, so it's not surprising. After all, for these deceased, losing their memory is no different from death. The problem is, if you carry the memory with you into reincarnation, it will lead to turbulence in the 6 realms of reincarnation will cause many ethical problems. Therefore, each reincarnated soul must have its memory cleaned and formed into a blank sheet of paper before it can be approved for reincarnation. Suddenly, the Hell Guards around him immediately stepped forward, controlled all the members of the Dark Organization with all their hands and feet, and forced the yellow spring soup into their bodies.
Zitzi, ziz.
In an instant, bursts of blood appeared on these members of the Dark Organization. The white mist seemed to form a huge fog, and countless memories were formatted at this moment. What an astonishing scene. It seems that the background of these reincarnated souls is not simple, and so many memories have been purged. Many Hell Jailers were also amazed. You know, in ordinary life, just a drop of the holy water of the underworld can cleanse the memories of a lifetime. If you are the reincarnation of an immortal, you may need a bowl of the underworld soup. If you are the reincarnation of a saint, it may only take several bowls of Huangquan soup. But these strange dead souls actually drank a large bucket of Huangquan soup, which completely cleared the memories of these dead souls. It is conceivable that these dead souls must have been there before they were alive. He is an unimaginable big shot, and he has survived for an unknown length of time, so he needs so much underworld soup to cleanse his memory.
Bohm tilde tilde.
After a few minutes, the memories of the arrogant and others have been cleansed and turned into a flawless white soul light ball is floating in the air. And deep inside this white soul light ball is a soul seed. Once it enters the body of a living being, it can immediately take root and sprout. Very well, these pure and flawless souls can already enter reincarnation. Seeing this situation, a Hell Jailer was very satisfied.
Whoosh.
Whoosh. The next second, these Hell Jailers waved their hands and immediately sent all the souls of the arrogant and others into reincarnation, allowing them to successfully reincarnate. Not long after, babies began to be born one after another in the human world, and the arrogant and others began to be reincarnated in the world of 6 realms. Of course, their memories had completely disappeared, replaced by new ones. The only thing left behind for the arrogant and others is the supreme talent of their souls. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 12:21. At this moment, time is a little bit later. After Furukawa sent arrogant and others into the 6 realms of reincarnation, he no longer cared about the future of arrogant and others. After entering reincarnation, it was impossible to escape from his control. It can be said that the arrogant and others are already in his pocket, and they will definitely make great contributions to the 6 paths of reincarnation in the future, and even become one of the main forces to fight against the Overlord. The most important thing to Furukawa now is the origin text hidden in this secret world, and the arrogant and others stay here, collecting treasures from countless reincarnations of the universe. It can be said that Arrogant and others have done many evil things, killed countless people, and collected countless treasures from the universe, and now they all belong to Furukawa. If they knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. The origin of the text is probably in this place. With a whoosh, Furukawa's body flashed. Following the instructions of the wish compass, he found the location of the origin text. What appeared in front of him was a huge treasure house with densely packed and powerful prohibition formations arranged on it. It seems that once touched, it will cause a chain reaction. And such a forbidden formation is enough to kill any lord of the universe. But for Furukawa, all the forbidden formations in the world cannot stop him from using the Chaos Bagua technique. All the forbidden formations can be easily broken.
Wow.
In just half a day, all the forbidden formations in this treasure house were disintegrated, and the treasures in the treasure house were completely revealed, blooming with golden light. So many treasures hidden in this way. After opening the door to the treasure house, Furukawa's eyes suddenly lit up. Even though he had the Six Paths universe, the Primordial Divine Kingdom, and other forces, he had obtained countless treasures. But even so, he was stunned by the treasures in front of him. He saw the dazzling array of magic weapons in the treasure house. There were more than dozens of magic weapons at the Cosmic Secret treasure level. As for the magic weapons at the Chaos treasure level, there were even countless more. In addition, there were also a large number of rare treasures from all over the universe, or rare magical medicine, etc. Every one of them is priceless and rare in the world. This is enough to make any title lord of the universe excited. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this is a matter of course. Although the Six Paths universe is astonishing and has swallowed up a large number of universes in a short period of time, the Dark Organization, the so-called Lords of the Universe, has survived for many years of universe reincarnation. Moreover, they have burned, killed, and looted everywhere, and it is unknown how many forces have been destroyed by them. And all the treasures of these forces have fallen into their hands. To a certain extent, the number of treasures they have accumulated is second only to the 9 Masters. Therefore, it is normal that the wealth of the Six Paths universe is not as good as that of the Dark Organization. After all, the development time is still too short. If the Six Paths universe survives hundreds of millions of cosmic reincarnation years, the Dark Organization may not even be worthy of carrying shoes for the Six Paths universe. But now, the Dark Organization's treasure house has indeed brought Furukawa a big surprise. Origin text here. At this moment, Furukawa's eyes flashed. He saw a jade box that seemed to contain a large number of origin words, filled with an unfathomable aura of origin. There are so many. Furukawa was immediately amazed. After he opened the jade box, he immediately discovered that in addition to killing the Arrogant and others and obtaining a large number of origin texts from them, plus the origin texts in the jade box, this at one time, he obtained a total of 49 origin characters. Each origin character contained unfathomable power. Especially the origin characters placed in the jade box had extraordinary power. Why not refine it, but put it in a jade box? Furukawa was curious. To be honest, there are a total of 12 origin characters in the jade box. Each origin character has extraordinary power. If the Arrogant and others refine it, it will definitely enhance their combat power. Of course, even if it is really enhanced, it is impossible to be Furukawa's opponent, but at least he will not die so quickly. In fact, these origin texts were obtained by the Arrogant and others who attacked a large force and snatched it from the opponent's treasure house. It is precisely because these origin words are too powerful, and every member of the Dark Organization wants to get them, devour them, and refine them. In order to avoid the disintegration of the Dark Organization, the Arrogant people naturally choose to put away these origin words temporarily and then use them according to the future opinions of the Dark Organization. The contribution of the organization is different and then distributed. Other members of the Dark Organization also feel that this distribution method is very fair, so they put these origin texts in the treasure house for the time being and do not dispose of them. After all, You cannot start the dark organization just for these treasures. Civil war. This is not good for anyone. The most important thing is that their power is almost the pinnacle of the cosmic sea. Except for the 9 masters, there are very few people who can compete with them. So even if you refine some origins, writing only enhances part of the combat power and cannot gain an overwhelming advantage over others, especially when facing the Overlord. It has no effect at all. Because of this, they are not particularly anxious to enhance their own strength. But in this way, if so, these origin texts would be completely advantageous to Furukawa. These origin texts are not simple. Furukawa's eyes flashed, and he saw 6 of the origin characters. It seemed that these 6 origin characters had an inexplicable resonance with each other, as if they were complementary origin laws. At this moment, he stared at these 6 origin characters. The origin text was read out subconsciously. Na go, ma, na, ba, bi, mi, hum. Furukawa read it out. Rumble. In an instant, the entire secret world began to shake. These 6 the origin text seems to be like the 6 syllables when the universe C was just born. These are innate syllables that existed before the universe was born and contain incredible magical power. In an instant, an endless golden light filled the air, causing the secret world is constantly vibrating and buzzing, seemingly generating endless power to exorcise evil. Any inner demons or innate evil demons are immediately wiped out under the power of this syllable. Even at this moment, Furukawa felt that there was something in his heart. In the ethereal state, he seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment and felt that his thinking speed was increasing at a geometric rate. He felt that all the principles of heaven and earth that he had not understood in the past were now being comprehended at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the 6-character Buddhist mantra. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. There is no doubt that these 6 origin words are almost exactly the same as the 6-character Buddhist mantra. They contain the unprecedented power of syllables and endless power. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1222. Of course, the Buddhist 6-character mantra was not created out of thin air by Taoist Xuanti and Taoist Jain. They simulated the supreme magical power based on the syllables of heaven and earth that were born when chaos first emerged. It can be said that the power of the 6-character mantra itself exists in the universe, but it has only been carried forward by Buddhism. At this moment, these 6 origin words from the Gate of Origin are the innate syllables that were born just when the cosmic sea was born. They contain unimaginable magical power. It symbolizes all the blessing power of the heaven, earth, and universe. The power of any magical power will be geometrically enhanced in the face of the power of the 6-character mantra. In addition, the power of the 6-character mantra can also be used to subjugate demons, get rid of the original inner demons deep in the heart, and kill all immortal evil demons. Even if you recite the 6-character mantra silently, you can cleanse your body and soul, causing your own qualifications to undergo earth-shaking changes. At the same time, you can improve your physical strength and evolve to the realm of immortality. Refining. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light, and he immediately refined the 6 origin words. Ma, no, ba, mi, hum. Deep in his heart, he recited these 6 origin words silently, and these 6-character mantras immediately appeared in his body. As all credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1225.
Who are you?
Is it my father? At this moment, the embryonic life deep in the stone seemed to sense something. A warm breath enveloped his whole body. His whole body was warm and extremely comfortable. It was no longer in this dark stone world. It knows how many epochs it has been sleeping, but until now, it has been unable to break away from here. It can be said that this is the first time it has felt such a warm feeling, as if it has met the mother who created itself. This is unprecedented warmth. Feeling. This is just like when a bird is just born, it will automatically think that the first creature it sees is its own parents. This is the same reason. It immediately developed a feeling of trust in Furukawa. Father? To some extent it is. Hearing this, Furukawa was stunned and immediately smiled. In fact, it is not wrong to say that. To be honest, Sun Wukong is a life born from the prehistoric world, and the prehistoric world was created by him, together with Pengu and other chaotic demon gods. The super world. The lives in it are basically created by him, so the lives in these ancient worlds are basically his children, and Sun Wukong is no exception. So from this perspective, Sun Wukong is his child, can't be wrong. I want to come out, but I can't. Hearing this, the embryonic life in the stone was very excited. It immediately wanted to break free from it, but it soon found that it could not break free at all. Although the chaotic stone spirit protected it from the outside world, it was hurt, but it was also a container that bound it, making it unable to easily get out. It felt like the surroundings were like hard rock walls that could not be shaken at all. It doesn't matter. It's not the time for you to be born yet. I believe you will be born after a while. Furukawa laughed. Although Sun Wukong's qualifications at the moment are extremely amazing, and coupled with the enlightenment of the origin text, his understanding has reached an unprecedented level, but after all, he is still just an embryo. Therefore, with the strength of the embryo level, he wants to break through. It is still impossible to open the defense of the Chaos Stone Spirit. At least, he can only succeed when the other party has grown to a certain level. Of course, he can also take action himself to let Sun Wukong come out. The problem is that doing so is to encourage the young people and will damage them. The future potential of Sun Wukong. Therefore, he will not help the other party come out of it. Only by coming out on his own can he achieve perfect growth and gain the greatest potential. Is that so? The embryonic life inside the stone is a little disappointed. After all, it has been trapped in the stone for too long. It is surrounded by a dark world, as if it is a chaotic world of nothingness. Before, it was ignorant and did not have any wisdom or intelligence. Maybe this can be tolerated. But now that it has gained wisdom, it is naturally unbearable in such an environment. It can't wait to get out of it. However, it can also sense the kindness and love deep in Furukawa's heart. In fact, the origin of text enlightenment brings it not only simple understanding, but more importantly, the power to see through people's hearts. Whether any living being has malice or good intentions towards itself, it can see it at once. This is the Lingming Stone Monkey of natural strength. But since you have given birth to spiritual wisdom and can be considered a complete life, then I will give you a name. Furukawa touched his chin, looked at the Chaos Stone Spirit, and wanted to give him a name. Name? What is a name? Can it be eaten? The embryonic life inside the stone asked curiously. Furukawa explained. It's a code name. Every life has a code name. It's unique. Then I want a name too. Furukawa smiled slightly. Sun Wukong. From now on you will be called Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? What a strange name. I seem to be very sleepy and want to sleep. Furukawa said gently. Then go to sleep. The next time you wake up, it will be the time when you are born. Aha! The Lingming Stone Monkey began to fall asleep. It seemed that it could no longer resist the sleepiness of its life instinct. This was its body's instinct to force itself into a deep sleep.
Boom tilde tilde.
The next second, Furukawa pointed lightly at this on top of a piece of chaos stone essence. Countless cultivation knowledge was immediately instilled into the depths of the sea of consciousness of the Lingming Stone Monkey. This was also a gift from Furukawa. After all, although the Lingming Stone Monkey is an extraordinary life born from heaven and earth, it is just a baby. It is extremely difficult to obtain cultivation knowledge. There is no inheritance at all. However, there are also some racial beings who have left huge inheritance messages in their own bloodlines. When their offspring are born, they can automatically obtain this knowledge. This is also the method of blood inheritance. And this can also minimize the possibility of losing your inheritance. The problem is that the Lingming stone monkey is the first life, which means that it is equivalent to the founder of a race. It is impossible to have such knowledge as passed down by blood. Only the Lingming stone monkey can carve out his own path and leave knowledge in his own blood. Only in this way can his descendants have a huge amount of inherited knowledge. But now with the gift of Furukawa, the Lingming stone monkey also saves a lot of time, which is also a huge opportunity for it. Of course, the Lingming stone monkey doesn't know this for the time being, and doesn't know how much benefit it has received this time.
Wow.
Not much for a long time. The embryonic life in the stone has begun to sleep soundly and fell into a deep sleep again. And the knowledge given by Furukawa will come out bit by bit after the Lingming stone monkey grows up. Whenever he is promoted to a certain level, when you reach the realm, a certain level of cultivation knowledge will emerge. This is like fighting monsters and upgrading. Have you slept? Furukawa smiled slightly. He was indeed a child. He was not fully developed yet. He was still in embryonic life, so he was in a deep sleep most of the time. After just talking to him, he started to fall asleep again. But this is also a process of growth.
Whoosh.
At this moment, Furukawa waved his hand lightly, and the stone was transferred silently from the inner world to the flower and fruit mountain in the outer world.
No one knew about it.
Furukawa's actions. After all, this stone is real, and Sun Wukong is also real, replacing the false characters in the world. In this way, it can be regarded as the real Li Daiduojiang, making the general trend of the entire Six Paths universe under his control. By the way, there is another person to be robbed. Furukawa touched his chin, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the space again. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1226. At this moment in hell.
Whoosh.
Furukawa's figure appeared in front of the land of reincarnation. At this moment, countless dead people were drinking the underworld soup and preparing to be reincarnated. The momentum was extremely majestic and busy. Master, this is my apprentice's second disciple, Xianxia. At this time, Taoist Junti appeared next to Furukawa. He pointed to one of the dead people queuing up in the queue, saying that this was the second disciple Xianxia that he had taken after he transformed into a Tathagata. Is this Xianxia? Furukawa blinked. He originally said that the legendary Xianxia, who would become Tang monk in the future, looked like a young man who had attained enlightenment. But who would have thought that the Xianxia in front of him turned out to be a little girl about 7 or 8 years old?
Li.
The other party looks like a polished person, easy to bully, and very weak. He doesn't look like the second disciple of Tathagata at all, which is very incredible. But he can sense the transparency of the other party's soul, which is absolutely, he is one of the top geniuses in the world. He basically has no impurities. He is like a glass soul without any dust. It can only be said that he is worthy of being chosen by Taoist Junti. In terms of qualifications alone, he is the most elite being in the world, not inferior to the ordinary chaos demon god. Since he is your second disciple, why did he fall into reincarnation?
Furukawa asked.
Generally speaking, as a disciple of a top saint, basically no one dares to provoke him. Who is so short-sighted and dares to send the second disciple of the Buddhist leader into reincarnation? Wouldn't it be boring to live? Especially Junti the Taoist has become one of the 6 righteous gods and the direct disciple of the Lord of Chaos City. The backstage is so large that ordinary people cannot imagine it. To be honest, no matter which angle you think about it, it is impossible for the second disciple of the Taoist Junti to enter. suffering in reincarnation. But this is the reality. Xianxia has been in reincarnation for a while and reincarnated life after life. Hearing this, Taoist Junti couldn't help showing an embarrassed look on his face. I'm telling you, Master, this disciple, although he is talented and intelligent, he is born with a Buddha's heart and is kind-hearted. After entering Buddhism, he has been working diligently and is a genius who has become a Buddha. But her Buddhist philosophy is different from that of other Buddhas. Oh, what's the difference? Furukawa asked curiously. Most of the Buddhas in our Buddhist sect believe that it is necessary to persuade people to do good, hoping to make the devil put down his butcher knife and become a Buddha immediately, hoping to influence the world with his great compassion, thereby universalizing all sentient beings and establishing a paradise. Taoist Junti said in a deep voice, but my disciple Xianxia is different. She believes that although most people in the world are kind, some villains are born because human nature is inherently evil and such people don't care. No matter how you influence them, it is impossible to make the other person look back. For such a character, you need to send the other person into reincarnation to suffer. He said that although Buddhism is very united, there are also factions, namely the literary struggle sect and the martial struggle sect. The so-called civil struggle sect hopes to use the heart of inspiration to save all sentient beings and save countless villains and demons. If you don't want to fight, try not to fight. If the other party slaps you, then stick out the other side of your face and let the other party slap you. This will make the other party feel ashamed and influence the other party. But the martial arts faction does not similarly. They believe that the power of words alone is not enough. Absolute force is needed to make those demons understand the principles of Buddhism. Many times, it is impossible to reason with those demons. At this time, the only way is to use slaying demons to eliminate demons. Only by means of the Diamond Thunderbolt can we promote Buddhism and make the devil realize enlightenment. This is also because of the differences in ideas, which leads to the eternal battle among Buddhists. They all think that their own ideas are correct and others are wrong. And Xianxia is obviously one of the leaders of the martial arts faction, the most famous and the most radical. Usually the Buddha is good at the great transformation technique, eloquence, and the great debate technique, etc. But my two disciples are good at the great compassionate palm, Gatling Buddha light bomb, planet annihilation technique, dragon elephant prajna magic technique, and the golden technique. Although she is not good at speaking, she is one of the strongest Buddhist fighting techniques such as Shenluo Han Fist, but her fighting ability is one of the best, and she is good at physical transformation. Taoist Junti said with a face of shame. If she encounters a monster, the first thing she thinks of is to send the opponent into reincarnation with a blaster, or beat the opponent half to death and imprison him in Lane Temple. Even if the Buddhist sect held a meeting and other disciples impeached her, she would beat her up without saying a word, beating the other disciples until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen, and they completely surrendered. Other Buddhas would be angry but dare not speak out, because they could not beat her at all. After all, Xianxia's fighting talent is extremely high, and he can be called the strongest war Buddha among billions of Buddhas. His natural power is no less than that of the Chaos Demon God, who is famous for his strength. He once personally tore apart a Chaos Demon God who had done many evil things. In short, every time a Buddhist conference is held, there will be a fight. A group of Buddhas are beaten to a black and blue face because of provocation among each other and are extremely embarrassed. Therefore, her Dharma name is also called the Three Burials: Burial of Heaven, Burial of Earth, and Burial of Gods. This represents her way of practice, which is to bury all the evil in the world and send all the demons and monsters into reincarnation to suffer. Because of this, in order to maintain the order of Buddhism, I had no choice but to send Xianxia into reincarnation. I hope that through life after life of experience, she can temper her character of physical transformation anytime and anywhere. He briefly explained why he sent Xianxia into reincarnation. I see. Hearing this, the corner of Furukawa's mouth twitched. This seemed to be very different from the Xianxia in his impression. The Xianxia in his impression was a gentle and elegant monk, eloquent, not good at with force. He most likes to influence the world with compassion, and his Dharma name is Tang Sanzang. But this golden cicada has the Dharma name 3 burials: burial in the sky, burial in the earth, and burial in the gods. Even the Dharma title is so murderous, it seems that he made a great vow to bury all evil, all demons and ghosts, fill the world with righteousness, and build a paradise on earth. It can be said that the changes in the times are very drastic, and even Xianxia has become something different from what he imagined.
People.
After so many reincarnations, has her character changed? Furukawa asked curiously. No, nothing has changed at all, but it has gotten worse. Taoist Juanti said helplessly. Although her memory will become blank after entering reincarnation, her nature and talent have not changed at all. She would enter Buddhism in every life, but she would choose to become a Vajra Arhat, subjugate demons, transform physically, and send demons into reincarnation. However, it was also because she had such a strong personality that she couldn't bear the sand in the corner of her eyes, and she killed monsters without leaving any room. In the end, she was always besieged by countless monsters and finally died unexpectedly and entered reincarnation again. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 12:27. I see. Hearing this, Furukawa nodded. This is the so-called hardness that is easy to break. Although Xianxia is extremely talented, after entering reincarnation, all his memories and powers were sealed. Faced with the siege of demons from life to life, still could not avoid the fate of being surrounded and killed. But even so, Xianxia did not change his mind, but became more determined. The Buddha's heart seemed to be tempered and more transparent, and no one could shake it. Master, is Xianxia really the one who deserves the disaster? Taoist Juanti couldn't help but ask. He knew that his master, the Lord of Chaos City, suddenly found him and asked about his second disciple, because his master had calculated that one of the people who would be slain in the next era would be his second disciple. Disciple Xianxia. Although he thinks Xianxia is extremely naughty, he is still his direct disciple, so he is still very worried about Xianxia's future. Of course, I was right. Furukawa smiled slightly. But you don't need to worry. For her, this catastrophe is not a bad thing. Maybe this time, she can perfect her Buddhist heart and improve her cultivation to an unimaginable level. This is an opportunity. Chance. Taoist Juanti's eyes flashed. He naturally knew the crisis. Where there is danger, there will be opportunities. Although every time the disaster of heaven and earth occurs, it will lead to the destruction of life, countless casualties and countless forces and races will completely disappear because of this. But there are also some people or forces who can take advantage of the situation and become the protagonists of the next era, controlling everything.
Whoosh.
At this time, Furukawa waved his hand and immediately took out an origin from his body.
Words.
What? In an instant, Taoist Juanti's body shook, and his eyes showed a look of horror. He clearly sensed that this word contained the power of the unimaginable law of origin. When the word of origin appeared, he seemed to see when the universe collapsed, countless lives returned to nothingness. All life, all civilizations, and all the universe were buried in the depths of chaos. And this origin word was burial. He felt that the moment this origin word appeared, his whole body was trembling, as if the burial power inside surged out and could completely turn him into nothingness. This is the terrifying power contained in the origin text. Master, is this the origin text in the legend? Taoist Juanti couldn't help but ask the doubts deep in his heart. He has been walking in the origin continent for such a long time, so he naturally knows about the existence of origin writing. But he has only heard about the existence of origin writing, but he has never read it. I have been there. After all, there are too few beings in the entire origin continent who can possess the origin text. Basically, only the master of the universe with a pinnacle title can possess it. Not to mention that other masters of the universe have obtained it. It is ugly even to look at it. After all, each origin text is unique and limited in quantity, so it is not so easy to obtain. If a weak person gets the origin text, he will soon lose it and be killed by others. So the origin text is equivalent to a symbol of power. Its status is similar to that of nuclear weapons. Once used, it will definitely have earth-shattering power. Yes, this is the origin text. I plan to give this origin text to Xianxia to make the trend of this era more magnificent. Furukawa smiled slightly.
Whoosh.
The next second, he flicked his finger, and the origin text instantly sank into the depths of Xianxia's consciousness and poured into her soul. I saw at this moment Xianxia. Her soul and body have undergone earth-shaking changes, and she has been nourished by the power of the origin text, which has increased her power to an unimaginable level. Even the power to bury the gods of heaven and earth spreads out from her. Any living being will be frightened when seeing this power, as if they have encountered a natural enemy. Opportunity is indeed a great opportunity. Seeing this scene, Taoist Junti took a deep breath and was filled with emotion. To be honest, even he was very jealous of the current Xianxia. After all, the origin text is such a secret treasure of the universe. Even the title of Lord of the Universe does not exist. A few can get an origin text, which is a treasure that only appears in legends. Even the Lord of the Universe like him, who has been hanging around in the origin continent for a long time, cannot get it, let alone get it. Even if he sees it, I have never seen it before. After all, such a treasure cannot be seen easily. Once you see it, it will be your own death. This is equivalent to the ultimate trump card of the masters of the universe. But now, my disciple has done nothing. He actually gained the favor of his master and was even given an origin text. If this matter spreads, it will definitely shock the entire origin continent and make countless universe masters envious and jealous. My disciple is really lucky. Taoist Junti was filled with emotion, but he also knew that this was something he could not envy. He would become the protagonist of the next calamity of heaven and earth, especially when the 9 masters were about to invade. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. If you survive this calamity, you will be able to achieve unimaginable achievements. But if you fail, it will be your real death. It can be said that this is a time when danger and opportunity are mixed together. Whether he can seize this opportunity depends on whether his disciple Xianxia can seize this opportunity. However, he feels that this matter is extremely difficult. After all, the 9 masters invade reincarnation. This situation is unprecedented, and no one knows the future. What will happen? Xianxia was stunned at this moment. She didn't know what happened to her at all. She just felt that her power had been increased exponentially. Although she was just a soul now, but she felt that the power of her soul had made a huge leap. Even her master Junti Taoist seemed to be inferior to her. This was a strange feeling, which made her think that she had an illusion. Go in. At this time, the Hell Warden next to him fed Xianxia Huangquan decoction, which immediately erased Xianxia's memories of life after life and transformed her soul into a blank piece of paper.
Suddenly,
Xianxia stood there blankly. I can't remember anything anymore.
Whoosh.
The next second, a Hell Jailer gave a gentle push, and Xianxia's soul flew into reincarnation in an instant as if it had no weight. Immediately afterwards, a person from the human world, the baby girl, began to be born again and seemed to bloom with golden light in the void, which symbolized the reincarnation of a certain big shot in the human world. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1228. At this moment, somewhere in the human world. This is the country of pigs, where the Vajra demon pig clan is located. All the beings living here are Vajra demon pigs, and all of them contain the terrifying power of the demon god. Every demon pig that comes out of it is a powerful warrior that shakes the 6 realms. This has also become a famous warrior country and one of the huge forces in the 6 realms. After all, their ancestors were the king of hell, Vajra demon pig. In a remote village in the pig country, there is a settlement of one of the Vajra demon pigs.
Whoosh.
In an instant, a figure appeared silently in the void, and this person was Furukawa. Is this where Zhu Beiji is? Furukawa touched his chin. He used the Chaos Beijia technique to deduce the future and sensed that Zhu Beiji was born in this remote corner of the country, and one of them would be one of the protagonists of the future calamity. So he came directly to find the future. Zhu Beiji. It seemed like the village was having a martial arts contest. Furukawa raised his eyebrows, and his consciousness instantly scanned the entire village, sensing all the situations in the village. At this time, he saw that a large number of villagers were gathering in an empty square in the center of the village. The young people inside are competing in martial arts. Many adults in the village and elders are watching the battle nearby. The old village chief is standing on the high platform, condescendingly staring at these young Vajra demon pigs. The harvest in our village is not good, and we can no longer feed all of you, so this time we will hold a martial arts competition to select some of the people who left the village. His voice was very cruel, but there is nothing that can be done about it. Although the pig country is very prosperous and extremely prosperous, the pig country is really too big. There are also extremely prosperous cities and extremely poor people. The countryside. This village is one of the very poor villages. Because the Vajra demon pig clan is so unpalatable, the food consumed to maintain daily life is an astronomical figure. At least dozens of tons of food are consumed every day. If you still need to practice, if so, the resources needed would be even more staggering. It is impossible to survive without money. Because of this, not every village can feed all the people in the village. Once the famine comes, a group of young people will need to be driven out. Only in this way can the life of the entire village be maintained, otherwise everyone will starve to death. Although their ancestors are the legendary chaos demon god Vajra demon pig, they are just ancestors. After hundreds of millions of epochs of changes and generations of descendants, the birth of the king.
Kong demon pig clan.
This also makes the number of the Vajra demon pig clan extremely large, and the bloodline is further diluted. Only the direct descendants, that is, the royal family of the Vajra demon pig, can enjoy the glory of the Vajra demon pig clan. As for other ordinary demon pigs, only they can enjoy ordinary treatment. They are no different from the lives of other races. Those who should be poor still have to be poor. Just like the Han dynasty in Furukawa's previous life. Hundreds of years after the establishment of the Han dynasty, countless descendants of Liu Bang were born. The entire land of China is full of princes and grandsons. Before Liu Bei became rich, he was just a poor boy selling straw sandals. Even if he had the blood of the Liu family, not many people thought highly of him. It does not mean that inheriting the blood of the royal family will definitely lead to success, prosperity, and wealth. The same reason. The life of ordinary Vajra demon pigs in the pig country is extremely difficult. They need to run around and work hard for 3 meals a day. In order not to starve to death, they have to practice hard and work hard. Go to hell. You are the ones who should leave the village, and I, little piggy, will never leave. At this time, a little loli appeared in the center of the square. She was short in stature, about 5 or 6 years old, but she was not timid at all in front of many strong demon pig warriors. No, not only was she not timid, but she exuded a powerful and ferocious aura, as if she were a strong person who was superior to many demon pig warriors. The surrounding demon pig warriors felt such aura, and they all trembled. This is the aura of a superior person. They had an overwhelming advantage over them. It was clear that a group of demon pig warriors were surrounding this Lolita, But seeing the shivering appearance of these demon pig warriors, it seemed as if they were surrounded by this Lolita one by one.
Boom.
Right there. At this moment, the Loli roared loudly and suddenly punched out. Even though it was a small fist, it contained unimaginable power. It seemed that the punch came over, and dozens of punches were superimposed. With the power of the ancient divine dragon, her fists were filled with traces of white light, and the entire air exploded, producing waves of terrifying sound wave vibrations. With her body as the center, a terrifying sound wave vibration was generated, sweeping in all directions, and the entire earth was shaken. A series of cracks appeared, like spider webs, densely packed. The entire earth seemed to be blown to pieces at this moment, and the scene was extremely shocking.
Ah!
Suddenly, the other young demon pig warriors couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. They couldn't bear such a terrifying impact at all, and were blown away like balls. With a pop, they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When they went out, they were all blasted away for decades, sliding across the ground, leaving extremely shocking marks. This scene was very horrifying. Hundreds of demon pig warriors on the field were actually killed. This little Loli was sent flying with one punch. She simply had no power to resist. Haha, Grandpa Village Chief, I defeated these guys. Now I can stay in the village. Xianxia put her hands on her hips and was very proud. As a winner, she couldn't be more proud. This time she could stay in the village and eat and drink. There is nothing happier than this in the world. At this moment, the village chief stood on the high platform. His eyes were very calm. Very good. Since you have defeated other opponents, it proves that you have the ability to live outside the village. Even if you leave the village, you will not starve to death. You can leave the village today.
What?
As soon as these words came out, Xiaomay's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what she heard. She obviously defeated all her opponents, but she was still kicked out of the village. If she knew this, even if I beat her to death, I wouldn't use all my strength to defeat other opponents. But now it's too late to say anything. Zhu Xiaomei was stunned, but she had no choice at all, because this was the decision of the highly respected village chief. She was just an ordinary villager and could not disobey the other party's orders. So she lowered her head, left dejectedly, and went back to her home to pack her things. The village chief and others quietly watched Zhu Xiaomei leave alone without saying anything. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 12:29. Village Chief, do you really want little Piggy to leave? An elder next to him showed compassion. She obviously defeated other young warriors, but she was still driven out of the village. Isn't this a bit unkind? Unreasonable? Hearing this, the villagers glanced sideways and said, "Who do you think is responsible for the food crisis in our village?" It was Pig Little Sister, who created it all by herself. Relying on her big appetite, one person ate the same amount as hundreds of people. If she continued to eat like this, she would probably bankrupt the entire village. This tournament was specially designed for her. Regardless of the outcome, she has to leave the village. This. Many elders were speechless. In fact, they knew there was a shady plot before this competition was held, and they were specifically targeting Pig Little Girl, a super foodie. Although the Vajra Demon Pig clan itself is very good at eating, Pig Little Girl's ability, the level of eating, is not at the same level as other Demon Pig warriors. He is simply a super big eater. You must know that the Demon Pig warrior itself is the biggest stomach eater among other races. His appetite is like a bottomless pit, but Little Pig Girl is even more terrifying. The big stomach king in the eyes of other demon warriors. Basically, the reason why the village suffered from famine was because of Pig Little Sister. Of course, being able to eat is delicious to us, the Vajra Demon Pig clan. The more edible it is, the more amazing the talent is. The conversation in the village changed and they sighed. Little Pig is so good at eating. I'm afraid she can be compared with those descendants of the royal family. No way, Mr. Village Chief. Do you think too highly of Little Piggy? Can she compare to those descendants of the royal family? Some elders couldn't help but ask. Haha, I will only underestimate, not overestimate. The village chief shook his head. If her talent were among the royal family, she would be admired by thousands of people and fully cultivated. It's a pity that she was born in a remote village like ours. That would be a sign of humiliation. If she continues to stay here, her amazing talents will only be wasted. Only by leaving here and going to a big city can she shine and give full play to her talents. He wanted to drive Little Piggy away, not only because he wanted to solve the village's financial crisis, but also because he felt that if Little Piggy's qualifications continued to remain in the village, it would only bury the other party. But Little Piggy is a people who are content with the status quo, don't want to leave the village at all if they are not forced to do so. So the village chief has no choice but to force him to leave. The village chief has really good intentions. A group of elders sighed, and they also knew that this was indeed the case. This village is too small and does not have enough resources to cultivate geniuses. If Pig Little Girl continues to stay in this place, her talent will only be buried.
No.
It is said that if you have talent, you will definitely have a bright future. There are too many buried geniuses in the world, too many to be described in numbers. That's why some people say that horses with 1,000 miles of horses are common, but bull is not common. But isn't the village chief afraid that Little Piggy will starve to death after leaving the village? An elder asked. Starve to death. Hearing this, the village chief suddenly laughed. Didn't you see the fighting power of Little Piggy just now?
How old is she?
She actually beat all the young people in our village without the ability to fight back. Now she is truly the strongest warrior in our village. After a while, can you imagine how much her strength will increase? Even if we can survive in the outside world, Little Sister Pig will not be a problem. You should still worry about how to solve your food problem tomorrow. He is very confident in Zhu Xiaomei's strength and will never be unable to survive in the outside world. The other elders couldn't help but nodded. They also agreed with this. At this time, Zhu Xiaomei had quickly packed her luggage and a lot of food and left the village where she had lived since she was a child. Although she was very reluctant to give up, she also knew that if she continued to stay in the village, she would probably eat all the food in the village and everyone would starve to death. She can't do something so selfish. So where should I go? Suddenly, Little Piggy was confused. This was the first time in her life that she had left the village. She was very unfamiliar with the outside world and didn't know where she should go.
Whoosh.
At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. In front of Little Pig Girl.
Who?
Zhu Xiaomei was startled. She couldn't help but punch the opponent, but the punch hit the opponent as if it was lost in the sea, and it was of no use. She was shocked inside because this was her first time. For the first time, I discovered that my power was of no use to others. It seemed that no matter how much power I exerted, it was of no avail. Don't be nervous. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. I just want to give you a chance. It was Furukawa who spoke. Opportunity. Zhu Xiaomei blinked.
She didn't know why.
She should be extremely wary of outsiders, but when she saw the young man in front of her, she felt as if she had known an old friend for who knows how long. She felt that she was naturally right. She trusted the other party very much, just like her ancestors. With just one sentence, she felt that the other party was trustworthy.
Whoosh.
Before she could say anything, Furukawa took out a bag from his body with a light finger. A word of origin suddenly engulfed the body of Zhu Xiaomei. And this word of origin is ring. It is not an ordinary ring, but a ring of commandments. It contains unimaginable power of commandments and is extremely powerful. The power of the law of origin.
Wow.
In an instant, Piggy Girl was stunned and fell into a deep sleep. She felt that her soul seemed to be integrated with a special text. And this text poured out. She created an incredible power of the law of origin, completely transforming her body and soul, causing her body to undergo earth-shaking changes. Indistinctly, bursts of tyrannical power of origin emanated from Pig Little Girl, and the power of law seems to contain the extremely powerful power of discipline. Actually obtain the power of 8 kinds of commandments? What a blessing! He is indeed the protagonist of the calamity of heaven and earth. This talent and luck are not fake. Furukawa touched his chin. He could feel the power of 8 commandments emerging from Zhu Xiaomei's body. They were all given by the origin text, and the power of this commandment was completely integrated into Xiaomei Zhu's body. What is the power of commandments? Facts the above is the unique power of the law of origin of this origin text, which represents the essence of the law of origin, which is extremely powerful. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1230. A very powerful force of discipline. Furukawa's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. He could feel the power of the 8 commandments in Zhu Xiaomei's body. They were all given by the origin letter ring, making her power surpass the chaos demon god. The name of the first commandment for lovingness. Its effect is terrifying. Once the commandment is activated, anyone with hatred in front of Little Piggy will lose the power to hurt others. In other words, if hatred arises in front of Little Piggy, then the power will be completely lost immediately, and he will no longer be able to threaten Little Piggy and will be forced to become immortal. The second commandment is to worship God. Its effect is, once the person turns his back to Little Piggy, he will be regarded as a threat to Little Piggy. The disrespect of the younger sister will force Little Sister Pig to obey no matter what the order is. It can be said that once this kind of commandment appears, no enemy can escape in front of Little Sister Pig and can only fight head-on to the end until death. This is a force that forces Xiaomei Pig to fight. The third commandment is truth. The effect is, if you lie in front of Piggy Girl or break your promise, you'll be petrified, and your entire body and soul will be completely turned into stone. And this is a kind of power of curse law which can't be stopped at all. You can only watch yourself being petrified. This is also an equally terrifying ability. Even the Lord of the Universe cannot touch the power of this petrified curse, because it is the power of commandments from the law of origin, unless the Lord takes action himself. Otherwise, it would be difficult for ordinary universe masters to shake the power of this commandment. The fourth commandment is faith. Its effect is actually aimed at beings without faith. If you deny faith or abandon the things you believe in, your eyes will be burned, and you will immediately become blind and lose your 5 senses. This power makes others respect people of faith. The fifth precept is no desire. Its effect is that in front of Little Piggy, anyone with desires will be deprived of memory and emotion. It can be said that once this commandment is activated, anyone with strong emotions will be unlucky. If you lose your own memories and emotions, you will be no different from a puppet. The sixth precept is not to kill. Its effect is also very terrifying. That is to say, if you kill someone in front of Little Piggy, no matter what kind of life you kill, even if it is an ant, the remaining time of the killer will be taken away. Even immortal people will immediately decline, fall into the mortal world, and have their vitality robbed. The seventh commandment is purity. Its effect is also very simple. If someone has evil intentions in front of Pig Little Girl, they will fall into madness, amplify the original inner demons in the body, and then become possessed and die. The eighth commandment is diligence. Its effect is also very simple. In front of Little Piggy, any lazy person will fall into a permanent slumber. Unless Little Piggy wakes up in person, he will not be able to wake up from his sleep. Is this the power of discipline? Perceiving this power, Furukawa was immediately amazed. To be honest, he still greatly underestimated the power of the origin word ring. The power of this command is simply the power of the law of origin. Anyone who does not abide by the law in front of pig little girl will you are subject to the laws and punished by the commandments. Of course, if you abide by the laws, you will not be harmed by the power of any laws. Even pig little girl herself needs to abide by the laws of the commandments, otherwise she will be harmed by the power of the commandments. Before Furukawa knew that the more origin words, the better. It still depends on the power of the origin words. If the power of the origin words is strong enough, it can even defeat the Lord of the Universe, who has dozens of origin words. And this origin the word ring obviously already possesses this level of power. Have you mastered the power of the 8 precepts? It seems that you can no longer be called pig little girl. From now on, you will be called Zhubeiji. Furukawa touched his chin. He felt that this might be an arrangement of fate. Zhubeiji is not as useless as in Journey to the West in his previous life. He is not a being who can only act cute, but has truly powerful combat power. If not with enough combat power, it is impossible to become a god in heaven, command 100,000 sailors, and become Marshal Tianpeng. This position is not low in heaven. However, no matter how powerful the power is, it still needs to be controlled, otherwise it will only destroy itself. With a bang, Furukawa pointed his finger lightly and immediately instilled a huge message into the depths of Zhubeiji's consciousness, letting her understand what kind of power she had obtained. After all, this power is too powerful if you don't control it properly, you may hurt yourself before hurting the enemy. Just like the 7-injury fist, you hurt yourself before hurting others. However, this is not an ordinary message, but an inheritance, which contains the power of Tiangong's 36 transformations is comparable to the 72 transformations of earthly evil. Zhubeiji? My future name will be Zhubeiji. Zhu Xiaomei fell into a drowsy sleep. She felt that a real name seemed to be engraved deep in her soul. The golden light seemed to contain endless divine power. At the same time, she felt that she seemed to have received an extremely amazing inheritance. It was as if a vast primitive ancient snake was enlightening me. And this inheritance was many times more advanced and profound than what I had learned in the village. The two parties were simply not on the same level. She was immediately immersed in the endless inherited knowledge. She was like a sponge, immersed in the ocean of knowledge. For her, this was an unimaginable opportunity, earth-shattering. After all, if the outside world wants to get such an inheritance, they don't know how much price or money they have to pay. It seems that she still needs to sleep for a while, so let's put her somewhere nearby for the time being. Furukawa thought for a while.
Whoosh.
In an instant, he came to a nearby mountain, and this mountain was inhabited by a group of well-known monster bandits who robbed food everywhere.
Boom tilde tilde.
Immediately, Furukawa, with a single finger, he touched the depths of the souls of all the bandits, modified their memories, and allowed them to automatically recognize Zhubeiji as their master and become loyal subordinates. In this way, these bandits would naturally take care of them for the time being. She feels the power in her body. Unprecedentedly powerful. Even if she doesn't practice, her power can grow rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Wow.
The next second, Xiaoyuli thought, and the entire Wuxia river stopped flowing. All the villagers in the sand village also found that they had stopped sinking into the sand bottom. What happened? The Wuxia river seems to have stopped. Great, really great, we don't have to die. What happened? Why doesn't the surrounding gravel continue to flow? No, it is still flowing, but it is pushing us up and away from the Wuxia river. Someone with great supernatural powers must have taken action and saved us. We are saved this time, finally. Many villagers in the sand village were very excited. They found that the sand in this quicksand river was constantly flowing, as if it was alive, and they pushed them from the bottom of the river directly to the bank of the river. They got rid of it all at once. The extremely dangerous Wuxia river avoided being submerged in the bottom of the Wuxia river. Half an hour later, all the villagers in Sand Village had been rescued, and no one died in the accident. What did you say? You have received the power and favor from the gods, so you can control the Wuxia River and rescue us from the Wuxia River." At this time, the head of the sand village, Xiaoliuli's father, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't expect that his daughter would have such an earth-shattering adventure. For a moment, he didn't know whether his daughter was lying or not. "I'm kidding, because this thing is really unbelievable, even more unbelievable than them escaping alive from the Wuxia River. After all, there are so many believers praying to the gods, exceeding the number of billions and trillions, but so far, no one can get the gods. There's still only a handful of loved ones. But now my daughter has become one of the gods' loved ones. It's like pie in the sky." It's not enough to describe this earth-shattering adventure. If this matter is told, it will definitely cause a sensation. The whole world, even the Pope, will come in person. "Yes, I have indeed received the power given by the gods." Xiaoliuli pointed lightly.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, the entire Wuxia River began to vibrate, as if a huge dragon was rolling, constantly flowing in the desert area with a mighty and amazing momentum. When everyone saw this scene, they were immediately horrified. The Wuxia River, which was originally a dead thing, actually rose up from the desert at this moment and floated directly in the air. You must know that this is a vast river, tens of millions of kilometers long. Almost it runs through the desert area. For mortals, it is the river of death that cannot be crossed. But now it is controlled by a little lowly at will, as if it is a toy in his hand. And the reason why the Wuxia River is so terrifying, even the immortals, if you fall into it, you will die, not only because it is unfathomable, and any life that falls into it will not be able to come out alive. The most important reason is because inside the Wuxia River, there are all kinds of worlds. The laws are extremely chaotic, strangled together like chaos. Any immortal who falls into it will immediately be strangled to death by the power of various chaotic laws of heaven and earth, and even his corpse will be completely wiped out. The most terrifying thing is that after entering the Wuxia River, they will immediately turn into mortals, as if they have lost all their power and cannot absorb any spiritual energy from heaven and earth. In this way, no life can survive from the Wuxia River. And under the control of Xiaoliuli, this Wuxia River is like a desert dragon, a dragon of death, stretching across this boundless land, devouring all life. However, the Wuxia River is extremely well-behaved, like a finger-controlling arm. She was as obedient and well-behaved as a pet in her hand. Such a scene was really unbelievable. And Xiaoliuli also felt that the power of the origin of sand was pouring out of her body, and she seemed to be interested in this. The river has undergone incredible transformations and incorporated various origin energies. In this way, this quicksand river seems to have become more terrifying, containing the power of origin laws such as death, devouring, killing, etc., and has become a veritable the river of death, the river of devouring. God's envoy, God's envoy. Sure enough, I have obtained the favor of God. A favored person has appeared in our village. Lord Xiaoliuli, Lord Saint, please accept our worship. Seeing this scene, many villagers in Sand Village were so excited that they couldn't help but kneel on the ground, worshipping Xiaoliuli and worshipping this divine envoy. Xiaoliuli did not refuse, because she knew that these villagers were not here. When she knelt down to worship herself, she knelt down to worship the gods, the great snake of creation, the snake of etiquette, and the snake of sacrifice. She just inherited the glory of the god. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1234. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of millions of epochs have passed. Although this period of time is just a blink of an eye for the entire cosmic sea, for the Six Paths universe, a new universe that has been reincarnated for several years, it is an unimaginably long time. Generally speaking, in such a short period of time, there will be basically no major changes in the ordinary universe. Just like a planet, even if it has been billions of years, it is still floating quietly in the starry sky just like it was before. It seems to have been like this for eternity. But it is different for the Six Paths universe. Its development is changing with each passing day, and it produces huge changes every moment. Especially under the secret push of the Nine Masters, the Six Paths universe seems to have wings and is constantly evolving at an unimaginable speed. Even the sentient beings of the Six Paths had no idea that they would evolve at such a violent speed, as if they had evolved from the agricultural era to the interstellar era all at once. It was simply beyond imagination. At this moment, the sphere of influence of the Six Paths of Reincarnation has spread all over the cosmic sea, occupying almost 1% of the area. Although it is only 1% of the area, it is already an unimaginably huge area for the vast ocean of space. I am afraid that even if an ordinary saint spends his whole life, it is impossible to explore 1% of the area. During this period of time, the Six Paths of Reincarnation also devoured one universe after another, and the power of the Six Paths of sentient beings was completely revealed to the world, which could no longer be hidden. Just like an elephant hiding behind a big tree, even if the elephant tries its best to hide it, it is impossible. Not a fool can see the elephant. This is the case with the Six Paths universe. It has grown to a place where it is impossible to hide it. Even if the masters of many universes are not blind, they can still see the terror of sentient beings in the Six Paths. It's really terrifying. Is this the legendary Six Paths of Reincarnation? It is clear that only hundreds of millions of epochs have passed, but it is like a giant beast, swallowing countless universes. I really don't know to what level the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation has been raised to at this moment. The Lord of the Universe said with emotion. After so many years of testing, it also knows the existence of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, but the more it knows about the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, the more afraid it becomes. This is the irresistible power of reincarnation. If you want to get closer among them, they will definitely be completely swallowed up by the other party and become their own. It's unclear. Having swallowed so many universes, it may have surpassed the Nine Masters purely in terms of original energy. The Lord of the Universe guessed. After all, no matter how powerful the Nine Lords are, they are just individuals, but the Six Paths of Reincarnation is a universe. Its endurance has no upper limit and can rise endlessly. And it has swallowed up so many universes. Not much is wasted, which also allows the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation to rise to a level beyond the Nine Masters in a short period of time. No wonder the Nine Masters want to kill the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation, even if they risk their lives. The Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation has really created a monster-level artifact. Whoever can master this cosmic treasure can sweep away world. Is not that right? It is precisely because of this that the Nine Masters spent a huge price to sneak into the Six Paths of Reincarnation, trying to compete with the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation for the authority of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. This is a battle on someone else's home court. Can it be successful? Just kidding. What kind of figures are the Nine Masters? They have suppressed the geniuses of the times one after another. From ancient times to the present, no one can challenge their status. Although the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation is extremely evil, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist the cooperation of the Nine Masters. Indeed, it would be fine if you were only fighting against one master, but if you were to fight against all Nine Masters, it would be unimaginable pressure. No matter how powerful the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation is, his two fists would be hard to beat with four hands. Many lords of the universe discussed one after another and expressed their emotions again and again. To be honest, if the Six Realms of Reincarnation were really so terrifying, why didn't the Nine Great Masters completely destroy it? In this way, wouldn't there be no one who can threaten them? Why take such a big risk to fight for the authority of the Six Paths of Reincarnation? If you fail, it will be an irreversible end. The Lord of the Universe is very confused. It feels that normally the Nine Masters should join forces to completely destroy the Six Paths of Reincarnation. After all, if the Six Paths of Reincarnation are destroyed, then they will 100% not die. But if you fight for the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation, there is a certain probability that you will die. These masters are so smart that they cannot have thought of this, and there is no need to take such a big risk. Do you think the 9 masters don't want to destroy the 6 paths of reincarnation? It's not that they don't want to, it's that they simply can't do it. The Lord of the Universe sneered. It is said that the 6 paths of samsara at this moment is in a broken state. It is a special state between life and death. Even the 9 masters cannot destroy the fragments of the 6 paths that are in a state of death. They can only watch, looking at it, helpless. You are right. It is precisely because the 6 paths of reincarnation cannot be destroyed that the 9 masters will compromise, take huge risks, sneak into the 6 paths of reincarnation, and fight for power. The 9 masters are not good men and women. If they are not forced to play, how can they play according to other people's rules of the game? They must make their own rules of the game. Indeed, it can be said that it was the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation who forced the 9 masters into a desperate situation so that this happened. This was the first time that the 9 masters were forced to this point. It's no wonder that the 9 masters wanted the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation in the entire cosmic sea. I didn't expect that the threat from the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation would be so great. It was simply beyond imagination. Is not that right? Fortunately, we didn't foolishly go up to provoke each other. Otherwise, we might also become the souls of each other's subordinates and be swallowed up by reincarnation. So, what should we do? If the 6 paths of reincarnation can unify the universe, can we just sit back and wait for death? As the so-called gods fight, mortals suffer. This is a contest at the dominance level. If we join in, aren't we seeking death? Let's just watch the show. No matter who wins, there should be a place for us. It cannot be said that under such a general trend, if you just look at it stupidly, you will die sooner or later. Indeed, some universe masters are said to have given up their original identities and chosen to join the 6 paths of reincarnation and become a member of the 6 paths of beings, hoping to compete for a god's position in the 6 paths universe. In this way, no matter who becomes the master of the 6 realms of reincarnation, he can also become a minister among them. There are still people who dare to plot under the eyes of the master. They are so courageous. People compete for a breath. Buddha competes for a burner of incense. Life is about competing in order to live a wonderful life. Failure to fight is a dead end. Many masters of the universe were talking about it. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1235. At this time, at the deepest level of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Furukawa sat cross-legged in the depths of the void. I saw bursts of extremely powerful aura exuding from his body, which could easily distort the chaotic void. It seemed that just a wisp of aura emitted from his body could kill the Lord of the Universe. After such a long period of practice, coupled with the evolution of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Furukawa, as the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation, has naturally gained endless benefits. Although he has not yet been promoted to the realm of domination, his body has been tempered to the level of domination. It is as if he is an immortal body and is difficult to be harmed by any force. It can be said that the current strength of his body alone is enough to compare with the new master. He can even be promoted to the realm of dominance anytime and anywhere. However, in order to avoid being discovered by the 9 masters, Furukawa still suppressed his breakthrough speed and forcibly trapped his realm in the peak title of Master of the Universe. It's almost time for the 6 paths of samsara to be reorganized. Furukawa's eyes showed a cold light. After such a long period of evolution, coupled with the help of the 9 masters, the 6 paths of reincarnation have evolved again and again at a speed beyond Furukawa's imagination. As of today, the 6 paths of reincarnation have evolved 12 times. 19,600 times. Each evolution increases the power of 6 paths of reincarnation by 1 level. This has almost reached the current limit of 6 paths of reincarnation. It can be said that even if we continue to devour the universe, we cannot allow the power of 6 paths of reincarnation to continue to evolve. So now is the best time to reorganize the 6 paths of reincarnation. Are you going to face off against the 9 masters? Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. Although he has made great progress during this period, the 9 masters are also making waves in the 6 paths of reincarnation, laying out one layer after another, which is very shocking. Even he doesn't know what the 9 masters are doing. What tricks did he do in the 6 paths of reincarnation? Fortunately, he used the art of dividing the 2 worlds so that the power of the 9 masters was only limited to the outer world, and there was no way to touch the inner world. So, no matter what methods the 9 masters used, he won't be afraid at all. It would be great if I could be promoted to master. Furukawa is very regretful. If he were not worried about his identity being discovered by the 9 masters, he would like to be directly promoted to the realm of masters. In this way, he would be more confident in the process of fighting for the 6 reincarnations. It is just the title of the master of the universe. If you want to fight for the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the success rate will drop a lot. The problem is that once you break through the Dominator, it will immediately alarm the entire universe, and it is impossible to hide it. Even if the bodies of the 9 masters have sneaked into the 6 paths of reincarnation, but he can also allocate part of his strength to kill him. The cooperation of the 9 masters is no joke. So he can only endure it for the time being.
Boom tilde tilde.
At this moment, Furukawa's heart moved, and he sensed the deep sea of consciousness. There is a golden light, which seems to be a message from the distant cosmic sea. A void angler? Furukawa's eyes flashed. He had previously formed an alliance with the void anglers, the undead, and the prophets, leaving a means of contact with each other. But over the years, he has never contacted them. And even though the Void Angler and others knew that he was the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation, they did not contact him, as if nothing happened. But at this critical moment, the Void Angler actually sent a message. It is conceivable that how important the matter is, it must not be as simple as imagined. Thinking of this, Furukawa lightly pointed his finger and immediately opened the golden light spot. Little friend. Suddenly, the voice of the Void Angler came from this golden light spot. It's been a long time since I last contacted you. There is something crucial that I need to contact you this time. He said straightforwardly, without any pleasantries. What's up?
Furukawa asked.
This time, the 9 masters are trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation and cannot escape within a short period of time. This is all thanks to my little friends. The Void Angler smiled slightly. If it weren't for my little friend, we wouldn't have found such a good opportunity to break through the master. Break through to dominate? Hearing this, Furukawa frowned. Are you crazy? Although the bodies of the 9 masters stay in the 6 realms of reincarnation, who knows how many backhands and means they have in the outside world. If they want to kill you, they can be found no matter where you are in the cosmic sea. Void Anglers, please don't act rashly. This is seeking death. He doesn't dare to underestimate the power of the 9 lords. For people like this who live without knowing the reincarnation of the universe, who knows how many methods and powers are hidden behind them. If you act rashly, it will be a dead end. Maybe the 9 lords, the Overlord, is now just waiting for any disobedient who dares to show up and then punches him to death. So even if he has a certain degree of certainty, he does not dare to be promoted to the Overlord now. This is not as simple as fear, it is purely cautious. Haha, little friend, we are not stupid, we naturally know this. The Void Angler smiled slightly. But I am not acting alone. We have many like-minded companions, more than you can imagine.
What?
You mean, you're not the only one planning to break through the Dominator this time? Furukawa narrowed his eyes. He immediately understood the meaning of the words of the Void Angler. It was the existence that broke through and became the master this time. It was not just the Void Angler, but also other peak titles such as the Lord of the Universe. So Void Angler only those who have such great confidence. That's right. The Void Angler nodded. You must know that over the course of countless universe reincarnations, although the Nine Masters relied on their iron fists, they killed one existence after another who wanted to break through the Master, shocking one era after another. However, such cruel methods did not deter everyone. There were still many monsters who wanted to challenge the authority of the Nine Masters, and they still wanted to be promoted to Masters. Of course, they also know that there is no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation with the Overlord. No matter how evil they cannot succeed. After all, the power accumulated by the 9 overlords over countless reincarnations of the universe is no joke. Even if they are really promoted to the Overlord, with the help of the power of the new ruler, will also be beaten to death. It is precisely because of this that we are patient, and have been patient, waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the time when the power of the 9 Masters weakens, and then we have the opportunity to break through. And just like this, over time, we got to know each other more and more, and everyone began to sign an offensive and defensive alliance to resist the 9 Masters. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1236. An Alliance Against the Overlord? What do you want to do? Furukawa's eyes flashed. To be honest, he had guessed before that maybe the Void Anglers, the Undead, and the Prophets all belonged to the same alliance, but he never thought that these tyrannical overlords of the universe would actually they have formed an alliance secretly. And they are the hegemons of the universe accumulated from era to era. It is conceivable how many people who are called the Lords of the Universe exist in this alliance. There is no doubt that this alliance must be except 9 the strongest force besides the Great Master. What do we want to do? In fact, it is very simple. We just want to break through the Overlord. It is precisely because of this extremely simple desire that so many overlords of the universe unite together. The Void Angler clenched his fists. In fact, some of the people who joined our alliance are the top monsters of the era, some are the founders of superpowers, and some are monsters from an unknown age. In short, these beings all have the hope of being promoted to Masters. If there are no people who hope to be promoted to Masters, it is impossible to join our organization. It means that each member of this anti-dominator alliance has the potential and power to become a Master. Wait! Your alliance suddenly appears now. Do you want to take advantage of this moment to collectively advance to dominance? Furukawa was suddenly startled, as if he had thought of something. He looked at the golden light spot on his hand in disbelief, as if he wanted to see the expression of the Void Angler in the distant depths of the void. Yes, he is worthy of being the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation. He is indeed very smart. Hearing this, the Void Angler laughed. If a person is promoted to the Master, he will be beaten to death by the Master. Even if he escapes to the end of the universe sea, he will not be able to escape. But if 10 people are promoted to Masters at the same time, or even 100 or 1,000 people are promoted to Masters in all corners of the universe at the same time, then no matter how powerful the 9 Masters are, they will be out of reach and unable to do anything. It is precisely because of this concept that we have cultivated geniuses in one era after another, waited for the reincarnation of the universe, and finally reached a sufficient number of people.
What?
Hearing this, Furukawa was shocked. He didn't expect that the Void Angler and others would have such a plan. There is no doubt that this is a plan that has lasted for billions of years of universe reincarnation and for eternity. For to make this plan come true, they didn't know how much time they had to endure, just to wait for enough monsters to share the pressure between each other. Indeed, as the Void Angler said, if there are enough monsters to be promoted to Master at the same time, then no matter how powerful the 9 Masters are, it is impossible to kill these monsters in all corners of the Cosmic Sea at the same time. After all, the Cosmic Sea is so far away, even the 9 Masters can't get the message. If there is a certain time delay, it can only give the other party enough time to escape. In this way, the situation of being promoted to master is a certain death which has been fundamentally changed, and they also have a chance to survive. But such a plan is undoubtedly extremely amazing. Only with extreme patience can they succeed. They must endure the loneliness of countless reincarnations in the universe and wait for the moment when the time is ripe in the future. Even before that, they cannot reveal any rumors or reveal any clues. Otherwise, the master will know if they do. All their efforts will be in vain. But even so, after so many cosmic reincarnations, there will eventually be some peak masters of the universe who cannot bear such torture and loneliness. As a result, they try to break through and are beaten to death by the master. The Void Angler sighed with emotion. Although this plan seems simple, it is not that simple to suppress YW, who wants to break through the master. After all, this is a matter of course. Just like when the urge to urinate comes, it is difficult for anyone to suppress it. Wanted to suppress this unnatural situation, one must have super perseverance and patience. Otherwise, like those peak universe masters in history who tried to break through the masters, they would be beaten to death by the masters and disappear completely in this cosmic sea. But even so, with the power of the 9 masters, I am afraid that most of you can be killed, and only a few can survive. Furukawa can see the cruelty of this plan. Even if many peak title masters of the universe break through at the same time, the power of the 9 masters is scattered everywhere, making it impossible for them to gather together, thus increasing the probability of success. But even so, with the power and speed of the 9 masters, it can still make the vast majority of the universe overlords disappear completely, and only a few can be promoted to masters. In other words, using the lives of the vast majority of people in exchange for the success of a small number of people, what a cruel plan this is. It's almost like stepping on the corpses of your own companions to climb to the throne. We have been mentally prepared for a long time. The Void Angler said solemnly. We naturally know that the probability of success of this plan is very low. Even if it succeeds, most people will be killed by the 9 masters, but becoming a master is our lifelong wish, even if it means death. It must be completed, and this means that one can die in the morning or in the evening. His tone was full of determination, and he would not hesitate to die because of this matter. Anyway, in this breakthrough, if he is not promoted to the master and is still alive, then other companions are still alive, and there will always be some seeds of life left behind to contend with the 9 masters. Of course, our plan is not started casually. After all, even if it is like this, we also hope that the success rate will be higher and more people will survive. The Void Angler smiled slightly. Originally, we wanted to appear at the Gate of Origin, take advantage of the moment when the 9 masters were competing for the divine objects ejected from the Gate of Origin, and both sides suffered losses, and then break through together. But every time the Gate of Origin appeared, although the 9 masters fought extremely fiercely and even suffered a lot of injuries, they always reached the end, and there was no fight to the end. Obviously, the 9 masters know very well that if they fight each other, if both sides lose, it will only benefit those who secretly covet it, so the intensity of each battle will be controlled within a certain range, and we can never find a suitable one. Opportunity, so it has been until today. He was very helpless, because the 9 masters were too cautious. Even if they had absolutely invincible power, they still had no plan left, leaving no chance for other enemies. And because of this, you must be more careful and not act rashly. After all, you only have one chance. If you lose it, you will be completely ruined. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1237. This plan was not launched before, but now it is being launched. Is the time now ripe? Furukawa looked at the Void Angler and asked. Of course he's mature. The Void Angler smiled slightly. Because of the 6 reincarnations you created, the entire cosmic sea fell into an endless whirlpool. Countless forces cannot escape this reincarnation, not even the 9 masters. To be honest, the only existence that the 9 masters have to deal with at the same time, from ancient times to the present, for hundreds of millions of universes and years of reincarnation, is you, the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Ridiculously praised. Furukawa said modestly, "Don't be humble. Too much humility is arrogance." The Void Angler said, "To be honest, the prophet said before that you are the only hope for us to survive the catastrophe. At that time, I was still half-believed. After all, what ability does a young boy have to let us survive the catastrophe? But seeing the emergence of the 6 paths of reincarnation, I had to be convinced. Even the 9 masters have to personally take action, enter the reincarnation, and are forced to participate in your game rules to compete for the authority of the 6 reincarnations. This is the first time in countless reincarnation years that the 9 masters have been forced to this kind of situation. At this point he paused and then continued, "But this is also a good thing. It is precisely because the 9 masters have personally ended up and have been completely trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if they want to free their hands in a short period of time, they will not be able to free themselves. Possible things, for such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we certainly will not miss it. Obviously, they want to take advantage of the time when the 9 masters are trapped in reincarnation and cannot leave the world of 6 reincarnations, and then take the opportunity to advance to the realm of masters at the same time. In this way, most of them will be able to survive and become the new masters of the universe." Lord of. I see. Furukawa understood at once that the Void Angler and others wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of the 9 masters to fall into the 6 paths of reincarnation, and then take the opportunity to break through to the realm of the masters in the outside world. At this moment, the 9 masters were fighting for the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation. They have already paid a lot and are trapped in it, unable to get out in a short time. After all, for the 9 masters, controlling the 6 paths of reincarnation is a crucial matter. As for the new masters, they are not so concerned about it. Even if a few are born, it doesn't matter. And in order to compete for the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation, they will also check and balance each other. With each other rising, the Void Angler and others have a great chance of survival. So now is the best time for them to break through. Then I don't know how many times the Gate of Origin appears. If they miss this opportunity, they don't know how many years of universe reincarnation they will have to wait. They have waited for such a long time, and their patience has long been exhausted. Of course, it is actually a great opportunity for you." The Void Angler smiled slightly. "Because when we break through and become masters, the 9 masters will definitely take action to obliterate our existence. At this time, you take the opportunity to reorganize the 6 paths of reincarnation. While the 9 masters are out, you can also completely control the power of the 6 realms of reincarnation and kick the 9 masters out of reincarnation in one fell swoop." He said his proposal. "So that's it. Do you want me to cooperate with you? Act together and let the 9 masters focus on one thing and lose the other? You had a good idea." Furukawa understood what the Void Angler meant. Obviously, in order to avoid the failure of this operation, the Void Angler also wanted Furukawa to start the reorganization plan of the 6 paths of reincarnation. In this way, if the 9 masters did not want to lose the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation, it would be impossible to come out of reincarnation. Void Anglers and others can also safely break through the realm of dominance. Yes, this matter is naturally very beneficial to us, but it should also be very beneficial to you. It can weaken the power of the 9 masters to the greatest extent and increase your probability of success. The Void Angler thinks this is a win-win situation. This plan is actually beneficial to both parties. After all, our common enemies are the 9 masters. You are right. This plan is indeed very beneficial to me. Furukawa nodded. Although the Void Angler wanted to use himself, the relationship between people is between use and utilization. The Void Angler wanted to use himself, so how could he not want to use the Void Angler and others? After all, when the Void Angler and others break through, he can also take the opportunity to break through to the realm of Dominator, so that his cultivation level will advance by leaps and bounds, and he will be promoted to a realm that has never been seen in ancient times. Originally, he was still hesitating when he should break through to Dominator state, but now it's better, and when he wants to doze off, someone just happens to bring a pillow. With the Void Angler and others as a shield to attract the attention of the Nine Masters, then his breakthrough will naturally not be so eye-catching, and even it can be carried out smoothly. It can be said that the plan of the Void Angler and others has also brought him huge benefits. He has no reason not to agree. This is indeed a win-win situation. Once he is promoted to the realm of domination, then he mastering the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation makes you even more foolproof. Even the 9 masters cannot shake you. Basically, everything is unreliable, and only your own strength is the most reliable. So, when will you start to break through?
Furqua asked.
He wanted to know the specific time of the opponent's breakthrough so that they could cooperate with each other and catch the 9 masters by surprise, leaving the opponent at a loss. 300 years later. The Void Angler said straightforwardly, indicating that 300 years from now is when the plan will begin. It seems that you have indeed been prepared for this. Furqua narrowed his eyes. We are indeed prepared, but we still have to ask for your opinion. After all, your help is actually very helpful to us. If the 9 masters did not want to lose the authority of the 6 realms of reincarnation, they would not come out of reincarnation stupidly just to kill little characters like us. The Void Angler smiled slightly. Of course, this plan can also be changed at any time. Basically, when your 6 paths of reincarnation are reorganized, it will be our breakthrough. Now, with your cooperation, we naturally don't need to wait for such a long time. This means that there are people in the DPRK who can do things easily. He said that he just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of the reorganization of the 6 paths of reincarnation and take advantage of the fact that the 9 masters could not leave, so he would take the opportunity to break through the masters. He would do this regardless of whether Furqua agreed or not. And now he informed Furqua of this plan because of their mutual understanding. We have friendship, so we can't hurt each other's harmony because of this incident. Well, 300 years from now will be the time when the 6 paths of reincarnation are reorganized. Furqua said in a deep voice. Then I'll look forward to good news. At this moment, the voice of the Void Angler quickly disappeared, and it seemed that he was beginning to prepare for the war 300 years later. If he cannot be promoted to master by that time, then it will be his death. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1238. Whoosh whoosh. In a certain void world, virtual projections suddenly appeared, and each figure exuded an aura like an abyss, unfathomable and vast. Astonishingly, they have all reached the peak state of being called the Lord of the Universe. There are hundreds of cosmic overlords appearing in this place, and each one of them is a being who stands at the pinnacle of the universe, almost reaching the end of the road, second only to the Master. Among them are the undead, prophets, and void anglers. This is like an earth-shattering meeting, with leaders of countless forces gathered here. I have already talked with that boy. In 300 years, he will reorganize the 6 paths of reincarnation. By then, the 9 masters will surely be trapped in reincarnation and will not be able to take into account our actions. The Void Angler said straightforwardly. It's interesting that you have actually contacted the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Void Angler, your circle of friends is really broad. A big man next to him laughed loudly. After all, in the whole universe, who can find the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation up and down the sea? But even the 9 lords can't be found. How can they find it? To be polite, it was just a coincidence. The Master's gray eyes sneered. Does that kid think that by advancing the time for the reorganization of the 6 realms of reincarnation and catching us off guard, he can increase his probability of winning? He has no idea how terrifying our 9 masters are and how profound our background is, which is beyond the reach of a young brat. He is not fully prepared and wants to turn over the table with us. He is simply asking for death. Since he wants to confront us head-on, we will let him die without a burial this time. It exudes a strong murderous aura. At this time, the expressions of the 9 masters changed at the same time. They sensed a huge vibration in the entire cosmic sea, producing many chaotic phenomena. Moreover, such chaotic phenomena appeared almost at the same time, scattered throughout the cosmic sea. Everywhere. It is obvious that at this time, someone is trying to promote the master, and it is not as simple as 1 or 2. The number has reached hundreds. The number is extremely shocking. Damn it, these humble rats actually took advantage of this moment to start being promoted to masters. They really found a good opportunity. The Lord's bloody mouth was filled with murderous intent. It immediately understood what was happening. Apparently, this group of masters of the universe, who had been lurking for an unknown length of time, wanted to take advantage of the fact that they were trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation and try to advance. Master. After all, if they don't want to give up the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation, they can only let go of those who are called Lords of the Universe and not disturb their promotion process. Are all the monsters starting to jump out? In fact, this is also a good thing. I didn't know how difficult it was to find their traces before, but now they started to jump out one by one, which saves us a lot of trouble. Master Chaos God Tomb said. Originally, if these Lords of the Universe had not taken the initiative to expose themselves, the 9 masters would not have been able to discover them. After all, there were too many Lords of the Universe, and they were distributed all over the universe sea. Everywhere. Even according to the power of the 9 masters, it is impossible to check one by one, and it is unnecessary. Therefore, they do not know how much power is hidden in the secret to resist themselves, and because of this, they can only condone these forces are growing in secret, waiting for a critical moment to be completely wiped out. However, this group of people is too cautious. After many universes and years of reincarnation, these rebels have not appeared sooner or later and have completely hidden themselves. They have never exposed themselves.
Existence.
For a moment, they almost forgot about it. But the appearance of 6 paths of reincarnation obviously gave these guys huge self-confidence, and they wanted to take advantage of this moment's flaw to find a chance to break through. It has to be said that these guys did indeed. I found a good time. Want to take advantage of the opportunity to break through the master while we are trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation? It's just a fool's errand. The Dominator Talisman sneered, with a disdainful expression on his face. That's right. We have been on guard against these rebels for a long time. We have been preparing for such a long time. How could we not have anticipated the occurrence of this situation? Even if our true bodies cannot escape from the 6 paths of reincarnation, the means we have prepared alone are enough to give these guys a hard time. The eyes of the Overlord Picture Beast showed a cold light. To be honest, the saying that the Lord has no plan is not false, but an extremely cruel fact. There is almost nothing in the world that can be hidden from the Lord. Even if these forces are secretly calculating, the 9 masters still have various means and various solutions to solve them. Power alone is not enough to describe the tyranny of the masters. Even the masters of wisdom are beyond all mortals. Jia, these stupid cosmic overlords have never seen the power and methods of our masters. Do they think they can get rid of our control with some cleverness? What a joke. The master of the Bloody Basin said with a sneer smile. His body was filled with inexplicable murderous aura and bloody aura, which seemed to bring endless darkness and despair to countless sentient beings. Let these cosmic overlords feel what despair is. There was obviously a glimmer of hope, but in the end it turned into despair. This scene must be very interesting. The castle that dominates Vientiane showed a cruel smile. Let's get started. We divide them into 9 regions. The overlords of the universe who want to break through in each region will be left to you to solve. None of them can be promoted to the master. The ruler of the eternal river is extremely indifferent, just like the way of heaven above. All it has to do is to follow the way and drown all enemies in the torrent of history.
Wow.
In an instant, the 9 masters' hearts moved, and they immediately communicated with themselves. The forces that remained in the outside world began to activate their backup plans in the outside world. At this moment, the entire cosmic sea fell into huge chaos, and it seemed that countless forces were fighting. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverse@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1242. Rumble. At this moment, a series of cosmic overlords began to make breakthroughs. They communicated with the Gate of Origin and were scattered throughout the cosmic sea. They immediately produced earth-shattering chaotic phenomena. Somewhere in the cosmic sea, thunder suddenly flashed, as if countless alien thunders emerged from the chaos, forming a huge chaotic thunder prison, with thousands of thunders hitting the top. Any existence entering this thunder prison would be killed alive. Vaguely, these thunders seemed to turn into countless creatures, various birds and beasts, as if countless creatures condensed from thunder elements were born at this moment. There is another place. This place seems to have turned into a sea of fire that fills the sky, covering billions of light-years of chaotic void, and countless strange fires from heaven and earth appear in this place. The temperature here is so high that it seems like even the barriers of the universe will be melted easily. Not many substances in the world can survive under such flames. There is another place where countless notes are vibrating in the chaotic void. Each note is condensed into substance, as if it is a world of sounds. Countless notes collide together, like the sound of origin, like the first music between heaven and earth, clanging, crisp and sweet, like the sound of the great avenue. This is a great song. Such chaotic phenomena appear everywhere in the cosmic sea, just like the ultimate display of avenues, communicating the laws of origin and causing vibrations in the cosmic sea. At the same time, when this chaotic phenomenon reached its extreme, huge and vast portals suddenly appeared, appearing everywhere in the cosmic sea. These portals are the projections of the gates of origin. They appear everywhere in the cosmic sea, with majestic origin energy and endless origin laws surging everywhere. It was as if a vast storm of chaos had occurred, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This was an unprecedented situation, and all the masters of the universe were swept into it. What happened? What happened? Why do so many chaotic phenomena suddenly occur? Isn't it just the reorganization of the 6 paths of reincarnation? The Lord of the Universe screamed in horror, because it discovered that what happened today seemed not as simple as imagined. It was not just the reorganization of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but also other things happened one after another. The Gate of Origin, if I guess correctly, this is the projection of the Gate of Origin. Many masters of the universe were inexplicably shocked, especially some extremely ancient beings. They had seen the scene where the Gate of Origin appeared 100 million times before the reincarnation of the universe. That kind of portal containing the power of all origins was simply earth-shattering. They appear extremely small in front of this portal, as insignificant as bacteria on a planet. Although these are just projections of the gates of origin, they are enough to shake the cosmic sea, and countless lives can't help but worship. It's like meeting the Supreme God. How could a projection of the Gate of Origin suddenly appear? This is how the same thing. The Lord of the Universe is puzzled. It is simply puzzled at the moment. It has no idea why the projection of the Gate of Origin appeared for no reason and who triggered the Gate of Origin. To be honest, even if it is an ordinary title, even a master of the universe cannot do such a thing. Dominate. Someone is trying to break through the Overlord. This is a chaotic phenomenon that can only occur when the pinnacle title Lord of the Universe breaks through the Overlord. The ancient Lord of the Universe shouted. It has lived for an extremely long time, so it recognized it at once. This is a chaotic phenomenon that can only be caused when the pinnacle lord of the universe breaks through. This is what is happening in front of you. The familiar scene completely aroused many memories for it. However, precisely because of its incomparable familiarity, a terrifying thought emerged deep in its heart, but it quickly put an end to this thought. After all, so many monsters had died. How could they? Maybe there are still people who dare to violate the taboo. It's not just as simple as one pinnacle lord of the universe, but hundreds of titled lords of the universe have emerged together, and they are collectively making breakthroughs. It is simply unbelievable that there is a lord of the universe. Normally, hundreds of millions of universe reincarnations have passed, and they have not seen a few peak lords of the universe trying to break through the supreme realm of dominance. But today, suddenly hundreds of top-level masters of the universe appeared and tried to break through the master at the same time. This is simply an unprecedented situation. It is really unbelievable. This is really unprecedented. This is something that has never happened in the billions of universe reincarnations. Why did these peak masters of the universe break through to the realm of dominance at the same time? When can you not break through? If you have to choose to break through today, is today an auspicious day? There are lords of the universe who are confused. Because it is not at a high level, it naturally does not know what happens at the level where it is called the Lord of the universe. After all, it cannot reach this level. Even if it knows such things, it has no meaning. Of course, it is not possible to break through casually. Once you try to break through, you will die. From ancient times to the present, I don't know how many peerless talents have died tragically because of this. A title lord of the universe shook its head with an extremely solemn expression. Ever since it was promoted to the realm of title master of the universe, it has learned that the 9 masters do not allow other title masters to advance to master. This is like a sky curtain, standing over the heads of countless titled lords of the universe, making countless geniuses unable to breathe. They are extremely angry, but there is nothing they can do. Because the 9 lords are high and have invincible fighting power, even if the other titled lords of the universe are dissatisfied, but there is no way to resist the master. Anyone who dares to resist the master, or the forces, have disappeared in history. No one can resist the 9 masters and the masterminds behind the scenes. So, do these cosmic overlords want to take advantage of the moment when the 6 paths of reincarnation are reorganized and the 9 masters are trapped in reincarnation and unable to escape, and then break through to the realm of domination in one fell swoop? It's really a good calculation. Some of the titled masters of the universe are not fools. After seeing this scene, they immediately understood why those universe overlords chose to do this today. The purpose was to catch the 9 masters off guard. After all, the 9 masters could not give up. Giving up the interests of the 6 paths of reincarnation is naturally more important than killing competitors. Therefore, this is the glimmer of hope that the overlords of the universe are looking for. It has to be said that this is indeed what makes the 9 masters all a bit caught off guard. This is also an opportunity they have been waiting for countless years of reincarnation in the universe, and they will never miss it. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1243. At this moment, Furukawa, who was sitting deep in the origin of the 6 paths of reincarnation, naturally sensed the chaotic phenomena born in various parts of the cosmic sea. It was impossible for him not to sense it. It can be said that this is the most lively day in the extremely lonely universe sea. Normally, the cosmic sea is silent. Even if you fly for billions of light years, you won't see a single person. But now it's like fireworks are set off, and there are beings everywhere who are sensing huge, strange vibrations. It is estimated that even ancient beings have never seen such a scene. This is something that has never happened in ancient times and will definitely leave a strong mark in the history of the entire universe. See, I wonder what backups the 9 masters have left behind. Furukawa's eyes flashed. Although he also wanted to take the opportunity to be promoted to master, he was not in a hurry. After all, the wisdom of the 9 masters was no joke. It is impossible that the other party had not thought of this. Maybe the 9 masters had arranged it long ago. Countless backhands were waiting for the Void Angler and others to show up, and then they would take the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop and kill them all. According to the power of the 9 masters, even if he did not take action himself, he could still cause horrific damage. So he did not act rashly, but choose to wait and see. At this time, somewhere in the deepest part of the cosmic sea, rumble. Under the power of the 9 masters, it seems that the existences in the underworld are communicated, and terrifying monsters gradually begin to wake up in various places in the cosmic sea. At this moment, the entire cosmic sea has been divided into 9 major regions, which are governed by 9 major masters. Each master is responsible for governing one of the regions. In one of the areas, there are dozens of universe overlords trying to break through the overlord.
Wow.
At this time, huge nests suddenly appeared in the depths of the chaotic void, and these nests seemed to contain densely packed origin runes. Suddenly, the nest suddenly cracked open, and monsters crawled out of it. Their bodies contain the power of the origin runes, and they seem to be condensed from individual origin runes. And each origin rune represents the ultimate power of a great avenue, filled with earth-shattering aura. Once it breaks out, it will simply destroy the world. In an instant, a cosmic overlord discovered the situation around him. His expression suddenly changed, and he felt a great crisis, as if he was facing a dangerous situation ambushed from all sides. Because I don't know when it started, densely packed monsters appeared around it, and they appeared silently like this, trying to drown it. This is a talisman. The pupils of the universe, Overlord, shrank. It has lived longer than the reincarnation time of billions of universes, so it was immediately obvious that these monsters that suddenly appeared were talisman soldiers. The so-called talisman soldiers are condensed by the power of runes. These puppets are extremely powerful, contain powerful rune power, and have almost immortal rune bodies. If you encounter endless rune soldiers, you will almost certainly die. And there is no doubt that these runes in front of you, the soldiers, are not ordinary talisman soldiers, but rune puppets refined by the master talisman beasts themselves. Each one has the strength of the Lord of the universe. Some of the talisman soldiers can even compare with the strength of the peak title Lord of the universe. As you can imagine, if you encounter these talisman soldiers, how much trouble you will have. It is no less than if you encounter an ambush of 100,000 troops alone, you will definitely die. Why are there so many talisman soldiers? The face of the overlord of the universe was extremely ugly. It suddenly felt that it was in danger. These talisman soldiers were obviously puppets refined by the master talisman beast. Each talisman soldier was extremely powerful in combat, and it also possessed the ability to be almost immortal. As long as the power in his body has not been exhausted, the talisman soldiers will quickly recover their strength and attack the enemy with the combat power of their heyday. He looked over and saw millions of talisman soldiers. He was densely surrounded, exuding an unimaginable ferocious aura, and seemed to have formed a huge formation to completely annihilate him in this place. Is this the Master's backup plan? The Overlord of the Universe's heart tightened. He felt the unpredictability of the Master's methods. Even if the other party did not do it himself, he could easily kill them by just sending his own puppet. This is the foundation of the Master. The other party has suppressed the universe, for years after universe reincarnation. This is no joke. The depth of the background is simply beyond imagination. But with so many talisman soldiers appearing, am I unlucky? Or is it that every cosmic overlord has encountered such an ambush? The corner of the universe overlord's mouth showed a hint of bitterness. Although he didn't know what happened to other companions, he could imagine it with his knees. According to the domineering character of the overlord, How could he allow any fish to slip through the net? The reason why he encountered the ambush of millions of talisman soldiers was not because he was unlucky, but because every cosmic overlord who wanted to break through the master encountered the same ambush. In order to deal with us, did you refine so many talisman soldiers over a long period of time? The overlord of the universe clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and felt suffocated. He finally felt the pressure from the invincible power of the master, which was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe. Obviously, refining these talisman soldiers is very important to the master. It is too childish. You must know that the 9 masters have survived for more than tens of billions of universes. In such a long time, even if one talisman is refined in each universe, there will be at least hundreds of them. There are hundreds of millions of talisman soldiers. So you can imagine how astonishing the number of talisman soldiers is. I am afraid that countless talisman soldier nests have been laid out in various places in this cosmic sea area, just waiting for they are only used at critical moments. It can be said that even if the Overlord does not take action personally, the power of these talisman soldiers alone can destroy them, the overlords of the universe. After all, it is very difficult for them to break through the Overlord realm, and it is not 100% successful. There is a high probability that they will fail and die. Now, coupled with the obstruction of these talisman soldiers, the opponent still has an overwhelming advantage. One can imagine how terrifying the danger they are encountering now is.
Deep.
In an instant, these talisman soldiers were expressionless, like a tide. They were submerged in an instant. They were like puppets without any emotions, destroying all the enemies they saw. Damn it! Damn the Lord! Even if I die, I will drag you talisman soldiers along with me. The overlord of the universe roared, with a sad look on his face. He was mentally prepared to die together. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1244. At this moment in another cosmic sea area. So that's it. Is this the master's method? Dividing the entire cosmic sea into 9 major regions, with one master responsible for each region just to completely suppress and eliminate us, is really a big deal. The expression of a gray-clothed cosmic overlord was extremely ugly. At this time, it already knew what was happening in other parts of the cosmic sea. Every cosmic overlord had been attacked and killed by some means of the master, and the situation was in danger. And it was actually the same. It was ambushed on all sides and besieged on all sides. Just when it was about to break through the Dominion realm and communicate with the Gate of Origin, it immediately discovered that a huge nest had appeared in the chaotic void near it. And this huge nest was incomparable. Weird, dense pictures appeared on it, including birds and beasts, mountains and rivers, and all kinds of strange and powerful creatures. In an instant, this huge nest cracked open, and huge pictures flew out from it. Each picture contains unimaginable power of law. Suddenly, terrifying creatures emerged from these pictures. Each creature has the power of the Lord of the Universe, and even has the peak title of Lord of the Universe. Strength. Painting slaves. These are painting slaves. The pupils of the gray-clothed universe overlord shrank, and it immediately recognized the true face of these monsters. Obviously, this is the terrifying method of dominating the picture beasts. Such methods have long been frightening. The so-called painting slaves are painting slaves. The slaves inside. In the legend, most of the creatures killed by the dominating beast did not die. Instead, they were imprisoned in the scroll and controlled by the scroll. These creatures became slaves of the dominating beast and became slaves of the dominating beast. Its loyal soldiers. It is conceivable that over the years, the Dominator Picture Beast has killed many enemies, including some cosmic overlords who have tried to break through the Overlord. They have all become flower slaves, that is, the Overlord. The Men of Two Beast. This is an extremely powerful force, enough to shake the entire continent of origin. Damn it! The gray-clothed universe overlord clenched his fists. It saw millions of paintings appearing in the chaotic void in all directions, and millions of painting slaves walked out of them. Each painting slave at least has the influence of the higher master of the universe. Realm, including the title Lord of the Universe, and there are even dozens of universe overlords that are comparable to it. They seem to have lost all emotions at this moment, becoming pure killing machines, just staring at the gray-clad universe overlord, unbridled outbreak of terrifying murderous intent. Wait, you are the Lord of Xianxia, and you are the Lord of Haichang? In an instant, the gray-clad universe overlord seemed to recognize some of the painting slaves and couldn't help shouting. Are you crazy? I am the master of Typhon, remember? Wake up quickly and don't become a slave to your master. Isn't this your character? He tried to awaken the memories of the painting slaves in front of him and make them resist. It can be said that he clearly remembered that the masters of the universe in front of him were once famous geniuses of the era, and they once dominated the world for a long time. But it is a pity. However, for some unknown reason, these lords of the universe actually offended the Master Figure Beast, and were killed by the Master Figure Beast himself. He originally thought that the geniuses of these times were dead, but he did not expect that the Master Figure Beast would not, instead of killing them, he chose to seal them in the painting scroll and become painting slaves. Such an end was simply worse than death. It made him feel shuddering and even made him feel as if a rabbit had died and a fox was sad. Before long, I will follow the same path. The stupid master of Typhon dares to be disrespectful to the master when death is imminent. He is simply asking for death. If you dare to break through the master and disobey the master's prohibition, you have violated the law and should be punished for your crime. We have come here on the order of the Lord to kill you. I advise you to surrender immediately and don't make any mistakes. The painting slaves were full of murderous intent, and their expressions did not change at all. Even after hearing the words of the gray-clothed universe overlord, they remained unmoved. It can be said that after becoming painting slaves, they are no longer their original selves. The memory is completely erased, and new memories are planted at the same time, loyal to the Master Figure Beast. To a certain extent, they are actually dead, but another creature has taken over their body, so they become loyal slaves are willing to go through fire and water for their master, no matter what. So when facing the overlord of the universe in gray, they don't feel anything, as if they are talking to other people. Damn it! The gray-clothed universe overlord's face was extremely gloomy. He already knew that his few words could not shake these painting slaves whose memories had been purged long ago. After all, the master's methods were not a joke. If someone could instigate rebellion casually, then is it still a means of domination? Kill. In an instant, these painting slaves had no intention of continuing to talk nonsense. They blasted past them in an instant.
Boom tilde tilde.
Suddenly, one painting after another spread out, as if the vast universe was crushing one after another. The chaotic space-time in all directions was shattered. It can be said that the chaotic void at this moment was in a state of fragmentation, and dense cracks in the void appeared, spreading like spider webs in every corner. This scene was extremely terrifying. Count millions of powerful men at the Lord of the Universe level took action at the same time, including monsters at the level of the Universe Overlord. You can imagine how terrifying the power is. Even the gray-clothed Universe Overlord is also the pinnacle title of the Lord of the Universe. I don't know if I'm ready. How long? But in the face of such an attack, he also felt a trace of despair. Even if the Master Figure Beast did not take action personally, just relying on the minions in the opponent's hands, he could tear himself into pieces.
Even more so.
What is frightening is that these painting slaves are not all the power to dominate the picture beast, but only a very small part of the power. In fact, this power has long been dispersed, going to other areas of the cosmic sea, and at the same time killing those who try to the pinnacle of breakthrough is called the Lord of the Universe. No matter how many of them break through at the same time, the Overlord Figure Beast has enough troops and combat power. This is the foundation of the Overlord. After tens of billions of years of accumulation in the universe, the Overlord has created the military strength is simply beyond the imagination of the ordinary Lord of the universe. But in ordinary times, there is no need for the Lord to show such a backhand. It was not until today that the world finally saw the Lord's fangs and a sharp claw. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1245. Another area of the Cosmic Sea. Am I staying in the area governed by the Lord's bloody mouth? It's really an honor. At this moment, the Void Angler's eyes showed a cold light. Just when he was about to break through to the Dominion realm and communicate with the Gate of Origin, the surrounding environment suddenly changed, and huge bloody nests suddenly appeared. And the bloody lair was filled with evil, dark, bloody, devouring, and other auras. It was like a monster lair that devoured everything. It made people chill and tremble all over. He recognized it at once. This was the unique lair of the Lord of the Bloody Mouth. So, he must be in the area governed by the big mouth of the dominating blood plate.
Crash.
The next second, the blood-colored nest immediately split open, as if a crack had occurred, and dense blood-colored holes appeared inside. I know which dimension depth it is connected to. Immediately afterwards, blood-colored monsters flew out from these blood-colored holes. They were invisible and bodiless, just like masses of blood-colored clouds. But these masses of blood-colored clouds were extremely terrifying and contained poison, devouring, paralysis, curse, and other powers. Once approached by these bloody clouds, they will be swallowed up immediately, and no bones will be left. In fact, these monsters are called bloody servants. They are beheaded by the blood basin. The life after killing, and then reborn in the blood, contains the power of the origin law of the bloody mouth. Therefore, these bloody servants are extremely terrifying. They are the most powerful minions of the bloody mouth. They are responsible for searching outside. Food is provided to the Lord's bloody mouth. In this way, the Lord's bloody mouth can eat a large amount of food without leaving home. At the same time, because of this, these bloody servants travel across the universe sea, making countless lives fearful of them. Known as the bloody god of death, is almost certain to die once encountered. Even the master of the universe, with the pinnacle title, cannot resist the attack and killing of these bloody servants. Xianxia seems to be a famous void angler. What an honor. This is a big fish. It is said that this guy has a lot of treasures on him. He fishes for Wanji every day. I don't know how many treasures he has caught. Is it true? The rumors are definitely true. We also wanted to find this void angler before, to catch him and give him to his master. Unfortunately, this guy's whereabouts are mysterious and we have never been able to find him. What a pity. Gaga, we are really lucky to find the void angler here. If the owner knows about it, he will definitely be extremely happy and can have a full meal again. I can smell the smell of treasure coming from him, mixed with the aroma of countless treasures. It's really intoxicating. If I eat him, there will definitely be a lot of benefits. The countless bloody servants, Xianxia said with a smile. They looked at the void angler as if they were looking at a delicious food, and they couldn't wait to have a full meal. Although they are servants who dominate the bloody mouth, but at the same time, they are also clones of the bloody mouth. They exist like cells, and they also inherit a trace of the original power of the master. Therefore, they also have the same hobby as the master of the bloody mouth, which is to devour everything in the world. Want to eat me? This is not okay. After all, I have no interest in becoming someone else's food, but there are too many of you, so let's find some interesting companions to play with you. The void angler smiled slightly. In an instant, he waved his hand and took out a chaos fishing rod from his body. Hundreds of millions of fishing lines appeared on it. Suddenly, these fishing lines swayed out and merged into the chaotic void.
Wow. La.
The next second, he pulled gently and immediately pulled out countless creatures from the chaotic void. These were all monsters from the cosmic sea. I saw fishing lines wrapped around their bodies, and they were pulled over almost without any resistance. Holy shit! What the hell is going on? I was devouring the life of a whole world. Why was I suddenly pulled to this hellish place? What happened? A cosmic sea monster was suddenly confused. It was peacefully devouring the lives of worlds one after another. It regarded it as today's dinner and planned to sleep after eating. It was just a cosmic sea monster that had no fight with the world. Normally, it was just a cosmic sea monster. At that time, it just loved to devour all kinds of life and did nothing bad. As for the battle with the master, it never dared to think about it, nor did it want to get involved. But now it was captured for no reason. When he arrived at this place, he was immediately confused and had no idea what was going on. It was really unbelievable. Damn, bloody servants. These are the bloody servants who dominate the bloody mouth. How come there are so many bloody servants in this ghost place? Who is so wicked? Leaving us in this place, who doesn't know the fate of these bloody servants? Horror. Does it want to kill us? A cosmic sea monster immediately screamed in fear. It immediately saw the monsters in the distance, and instantly recognized these monsters as the famous bloody servants, and they were the loyal men of the Lord Xuependeko. The cosmic sea, made people the bloody god of death, was frightened by the news. Even the cosmic sea monsters like them would be frightened when they encountered the bloody servants, and they wanted to run away immediately. Now they actually encountered so many bloody servants at once, as if a legion of bloody servants gathered in this place usually, it scares them to the point of peeing in an instant. I have lived with you for more than 10 lifetimes, Void Angler. You bastard. You have no son. You are so shameless. You captured us here just to prevent you from disaster. Many cosmic sea monsters were so frightened that their faces turned green. They didn't know how terrifying these bloody servants were. They were definitely the top beings that could tear them apart. Now they just wish their parents would give them more legs. We are all brothers. Why are you so polite? You help me block them. After I am promoted to master, everyone will benefit. The Void Angler said loudly. Brother, you look like an uncle. Who is your brother? Don't get relatives here. Damn it, whoever really becomes your brother will have bad luck for 8 lifetimes. You also said that you will give us benefits after you are promoted to master. It is a problem for us to survive among these bloody servants. You just know how to spread the pie. I don't know how bad your bastard's reputation is. You are famous in the universe. Send us away quickly. Otherwise we will unite with the bloody servants and kill you together, and you away the consequences yourself. The cosmic sea monsters yelled and cursed, almost to death with anger, and they just wanted to tear the Void Angler into pieces. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1246. Join forces and kill me together? Ask those bloody servants if they are willing. The Void Angler said calmly. He was not worried about this at all.
What?
Hearing this, the faces of a group of space sea monsters changed. They saw the bloody servants in the distance showing extremely ferocious expressions, not hiding their greedy eyes. Obviously, these bloody servants have no intention of letting them go, because for them, these cosmic sea monsters are their food just like the Void Anglers. Since it is food, then we ate together. Anyway, eating one is eating and eating a group is also eating. Conspiracy. Obviously this is the conspiracy of the Void Angler. This bastard must know the bloody servant's character of plucking hair, leaving no grass growing, and killing everyone. So there is no fear at all that they will unite with the bloody servants. Just like humans have never cooperated with ants. They have always been aloof and bloody servants, so how could they like this group of cosmic sea monsters? In their eyes, they have never cooperated with ants. Today is indeed a great opportunity to break through the overlords. The real bodies of the 9 overlords cannot come here. They just sent these backup men to arrive. Although they can kill many cosmic overlords, they cannot kill us who have been preparing for a long time. The prophet's eyes showed a glimmer of light, and he was extremely excited deep in his heart. It can be said that this is the time when he is closest to the master in the billions of years of universe reincarnation. Of course, he also knows that this battle will definitely destroy many universe overlords. But the overlord of a universe has long expected it and knows that he may die, so there is nothing to regret. If he dies, it will only prove that he is not strong enough. But it's not okay to continue like this. The prophet clenched his fists. Although his clones can indeed deceive these evil eyes and make them find the wrong opponent, the problem is that he always has to break through the master. Once the gate of origin is triggered, no matter how stupid these evil eyes are, he will also sense that something is wrong. His true identity will also be discovered when the time comes. So, we must find a way to solve this problem. It seems that there is no other way but to use the trump card. I originally wanted to use this trick on the master, but it should not be a big problem to deal with these evil eyes. The prophet formed a seal with his hands and instantly performed a doomsday-level technique. Destiny skill, Deception of Destiny.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, with his body as the center, endless power of destiny surged in. Silently, it seemed that waves of fate fluctuations enveloped the chaotic void in all directions. All the evil eyes were shrouded in this fog of fate, one after another, like a maze of fate. All of a sudden, these evil eyes were blinded. His eyes were blinded. He fell into the fog of fate and could no longer tell the truth from the false. This is the real trump card of the prophet, the fate skill deception of fate. If he uses this supreme doomsday magic, he can use his endless destiny to use the power to deceive the other party's perception, causing the other party to fall into the torrent of fate, unable to distinguish the true from the false. Even if he is promoted to the master, these evil eyes will not be able to detect it, and he will only think that he is fighting a desperate battle with the prophet.
Fight.
Little did he know that the prophet had already begun the process of breaking through the overlord. Originally, he planned to use this destiny skill to deal with the overlord, hoping to blind the overlord's perception. Although ordinary power cannot blind the overlord, the power of destiny is yes. Because destiny is real, but there is no normal state. Because a person makes different choices, he may have a different future and a different destiny. And every destiny is real and false at the same time. Use false destiny to blind the enemy's perception, causing the enemy to fall into the maze of destiny, unable to extricate itself for a long time. This is the origin of the destiny skill, destiny deception. This is also the reason why only the prophet, the overlord of the universe who is proficient in the avenue of destiny, can display it. Doomsday level spell. In an instant, many evil eyes fell into the maze of fate and could not come out in a short time, and the prophet was temporarily safe. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1250. A certain cosmic sea area.
Whoosh.
Immediately, a figure appeared in this place. This was a clone of Furukawa. Through the power of the arbitrary door, he could reach any place in the universe, see at will. In order to observe the power of the 9 masters, he split into many clones and traveled to various places to secretly spy on the means and power of these masters. This place seems to be the area under the jurisdiction of the Vientiane Castle. Furukawa touched his chin, and he immediately sensed that this was the place under the jurisdiction of the Lord of all things Castle. Before, he had observed the power of the Lord, such as the graphic beast, the rune beast, the gray eyeballs, the big mouth of the blood plate, the giant axe, etc. Every time all these powers amazed him. He benefited a lot and broadened his horizons. This also gave him a higher understanding of the level of the power of domination. There is no doubt that the level of the domination of Vientiane Castle is very high among the 9 dominations. It is absolutely the kind that can be ranked in the front row. One can imagine the tyranny of Vientiane Castle. At this moment, the faces of the overlords of the universe are extremely ugly, as if they know how much danger they are encountering. What exactly is this? A cosmic overlord stared fixedly at the strange existence that suddenly appeared in front of him. They were ruins. Vast and huge ruins of civilization, which seemed to be submerged in the dust of history. And these ruins of civilization were filled with doom, destruction, resentment, and darkness. Curses, erosion, and other powers. This is simply the most evil collection in the world, containing endless power of disaster. In fact, these ruins of civilization were created by the master of Vientiane Castle. Don't look at Vientiane Castle likes to collect all kinds of various cosmic civilizations seem to be relatively friendly masters, but they are also extremely cruel. Once it feels tired of this civilization, or it feels that this civilization has multiplied to its peak and there is no possibility of progress, it will personally take action and destroy the civilization. The entire civilization was completely destroyed and buried in the cosmic sea. And these destroyed civilizations were refined into taboo items by the Castle of Dominance Vientiane, which contained the power of doomsday, making people feel terrified. Obviously, in front of you, these ruins of civilization are the masterpieces of the castle that dominates Vientiane. These are ruins, the ruins of some cosmic civilization. The pupils of a cosmic overlord shrink. Are you kidding? It's not just the ruins of one cosmic civilization. Just by looking at it, there are tens of thousands of ruins of cosmic civilizations. What on earth are you trying to do? The other cosmic overlord clenched his fists. It felt great uneasiness, as if something bad was about to happen, and a doomsday force swept in.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, before these cosmic overlords could figure out what to do, these ruins of civilization were crushed, and their power was superimposed on each other, producing waves of destructive fluctuations. Catastrophe. It was the catastrophe of doomsday. The catastrophe of civilization seemed to be the aggregation of endless catastrophes of heaven and earth. At this moment, they are all fused together, erupting into an unprecedented doomsday disaster. And when such a doomsday disaster comes, it will simply destroy everything. It is like a divine punishment, sweeping across all directions, and no existence can survive. Damn it, how could this kind of catastrophic power be so terrifying? Hide quickly. Such a doomsday disaster is comparable to the calamity of heaven and earth in the origin continent. It is simply not something that human beings can withstand. Even a ruler does not dare to resist easily. What on earth did the castle that dominated Vientiane create? How could it be so terrifying? Damn it, I can't escape. I can't escape at all. The power of this disaster explodes too fast. I can't escape at all. Is this the backup plan that dominates Vientiane Castle? How could it be so scary? It's over. It's over. We're completely over. We've arrived at the area where the Dominion Castle is. We're almost certain to die. The faces of many cosmic overlords, including some of the cosmic masters who are watching the show, suddenly changed because this power targets any life indiscriminately. All life within this range will be affected by the catastrophe of doomsday. Shocked into powder, all materials were turned into ashes in the face of such a doomsday disaster.
Boom tilde tilde tilde.
In 1 second, just 1 second, these doomsday disasters came, destroying everything, just like waves of waves sweeping past. Immediately afterwards, all matter and all life in the area of hundreds of trillions of light-years disappeared, as if they were completely destroyed in the face of the devastating wave just now. Even if he is a powerful man at the level of a universe overlord, he is still powerless to fight back against this doomsday force that has superimposed tens of thousands of ruins of civilization. This is the intimidating power of the castle that dominates all phenomena. With just one attack, it has wiped out many cosmic overlords. Even if it does not take action personally, just the backup force it leaves behind can wipe out countless enemies. Furukawa's clone was naturally unable to withstand the power of this doomsday disaster. The moment these doomsday disaster forces appeared, his clone was completely destroyed. Not even the residue was left. Is this the backup plan that dominates Vientiane Castle? It is indeed terrible. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. There is no doubt that there are differences between masters and masters. Some masters can still compete, but some masters can't even compete. The gap between them is too big. And the master of Vientiane Castle, it's this kind of existence. I don't know what level its power has reached. I'm afraid it's very close to an ancient master like the Eternal River. It also masters the power of doomsday disasters, which is simply chilling. Just the disasters it triggers with its power, it can destroy all the overlords of the universe. There is no existence that can compete with it. If the castle that dominates everything is so terrifying, then how terrifying will it be to dominate the Eternal River, the tomb of the god of chaos, and the infinite prison? Furukawa clenched his fists. He felt waves of tremendous pressure. Obviously, the power of the Nine Masters was more terrifying and unfathomable than imagined. Fortunately, he sent a clone to investigate, and then he learned that the power of the Nine Masters was more terrifying and unfathomable than imagined. The tip of the iceberg of the great master's strength, which will be of great benefit to him in dealing with the 9 major masters in the future. After all, if you don't even understand your enemy, how can you defeat the opponent? It seems that we need to be more cautious and check out the backup plan of the remaining 3 masters. Furukawa touched his chin. He also wants to be promoted to master, so once he appears, it is likely to cause vibrations in the entire cosmic sea and will definitely arouse the hostility of the 9 masters. It is absolutely impossible for the other party to just sit idly by. By then, he may face the power left by the 9 masters in the cosmic sea, so he must understand them all so that he can make all preparations in advance. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. If you enjoyed this journey through the Fabelverse, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next chapter. Want to support the storytellers behind the scenes? Check the description for donation links, author credits, and more. Until next time, stay curious and keep listening.